Live with the happy cast of characters. We got David, we got Gustavo, we got Mr. John Ishii, and we're hoping to get a few more people that we sent invites out to. And as most of you can tell from the screen, it's our monthly photo review, aka a few days early, because I will not be around on what was originally going to be the November 4th photo share. So we are doing it today instead, and we have a record amount of images. We have 68 images.
Oh my!
Which is, let's just say in two words, a lot. And so I'm going to wait till we get it 25 or so in the chat, and we'll talk about a few other things. And Joe Mansland will come on a little bit later and say hi to Long Rider and Bob Our Photos. Bob is here. Bob's always sends me the pictures first because I know it's past his bedtime right now. So I want him to don't want him to have to stay up too late and be grouchy in the morning. So hello, Randall. How you doing? And we got Terry Gardner here, and we've got Real Nikon Lover Jim, Robert Daniels, Jeff and Leslie. How's it going? Good to see everybody. And we will once we get the numbers up a little bit, we will get going. In the meantime, I'm not going to sing or provide any entertainment of that type for you. Chuck and Maribel Chuck will be joining us at some point here in the chat. So we can keep our eyes peeled for him when he shows up. And I got to give me a second, folks. I got to get my laptop working here. Which of course it's not gonna do. Come on. It's behind the times here. No, it is not working right.
Time to call the AV kid.
Yeah.
Steven, where are you?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's there now, but I want to get the chat to show up.
Oh, okay.
It's always got to be a problem. Yeah, it's not working right here. I'm going to have to just go on again, or I don't know why it's doing this. Well, it's lagging. Anyway, I really have it on just so I could keep an eye on the chat, because I can't really follow it when I'm sharing the images. So I have to have the other computer up so I could see what people are talking about. So as we get ready here to see, some amazing pictures, because I get the pleasure of kind of seeing them all before everybody else. Now, some encompass wildlife, flora, remote locations, marine life that may be endangered in the areas that we visit, and made me reflect a little bit on something Jacques Cousteau quoted a long time ago. I'll let Tim come in here. And when I was a young kid, Jacques Cousteau was like, I watched all his shows, I read all his books. I was a big fan of his, and he had a quote where he would say, "People only protect what they love, but they can only love what they know." And it reminds us of the importance of botanical gardens and aquariums and zoos and open protected space and woodlands for the wildlife, and of course our national parks. because in part, when we're sharing our photos here tonight in a really, really small way, we're letting people know what's out there. So maybe they're going to fall in love with our subjects and want to protect them as well in the future. So that's something we can all hope for. And that's just such a true statement, because if you don't, I always say, if you've never seen a dolphin, you've never seen a whale, why do you care about them if you've never seen them? And it's really important to just really get to understand what's on our planet, so that you could hopefully try to protect some things that are getting endangered. So I see Maribel is in here, and I see, is Chuck going in here yet? I don't.
Not yet.
But we will keep an eye on everybody. And so, like I said, we have 68 images for tonight's photo review. Thanks to all of you folks. So I'm going to give you a round of applause for 68 images. I mean, that's fantastic. And so we've got 17 in the chat. I think when we hit about 25, we will. I'll get things set up where we can start sharing. And those of you, many of you know from last week's show, well, David Stewart, he got the ZF. John Ishii, he's got the ZF. John did a little intro to the ZF on his channel. I got mine last week. I did a video on that camera that I put out, last week. And if you haven't seen it, it's got sample photos, a fair amount of pictures in there, some video clips with the camera. And that came out at midnight on Thursday. And I went shooting later on that morning, and with the 500 PF on the ZF. And I'll tell you, the 500 PF on that camera is mighty fine. I had no subjects that day. It was a real bad photo day overall, but that nice and light 500 millimeter lens, which Gustavo no longer owns, is so nice on the ZF. I'll tell you, it really is.
But I own this one now.
Is that the 600?
Yes.
Chuck is in the house.
Just today.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold it up. I'm going to put you on the big screen. You get to show it off. Gustavo's got the 600, everybody. The 600 PF.
Wow.
Look at that.
That's the new one.
Yeah.
Is that the new one? That's 6.3.
Very light. It's
600 f6.3.
Wow. That's the first time I've seen
that
it.
is definitely something that you could use to protect yourself with. That's for sure.
No, it's
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah.
That's the first time I've seen one.
And
there are some reviews there, but it's I was traveling today, so I just came and they told me yesterday that it has arrived, so I went and picked it up. So but I had taken a single picture yet on it.
Congratulations.
But thank you.
The first one I seen by a real photographer.
hey, don't get his head swelling up here on
One
the
of
show.
my buddies. I mean, come on, there's all these guys who just schlep it off, but you own it, Gustavo.
Yeah, so it's
a real guy, a real person.
Exactly. Yeah.
Congrats.
Thank you.
I saw one in the store yesterday, so I knew they existed.
Yeah. It's like that M&M commercial with Santa. He does exist. They do exist. The 600 does exist.
Yeah.
Chuck, it's nice to see you, my friend, in the chat. And
Chuck is in.
Chuck is in the house. Luke is here. Hello, Luke. Hopefully I'm not missing too many people here. It's something easy to do. And Mozman, how are things in sunny California? Mr. Gustavo had to deal with a winter advisory driving home from Denver today, and David is just freezing his what off, minus 11 degrees F today.
Oh, it's not cold.
Oh, that's not cold. Tell that to the farm animals.
No, I used to, when I had horses, they'd be outside at minus 40. It didn't matter which system that you used, it was still minus 40.
Minus 40. Oh my God. Ooh.
Oh man, that's just too cold. That's just too cold. I would run away at that point.
But it's a dry cold, Jeff.
Man.
It's a dry cold.
It doesn't make a difference once it gets down to minus 20 centigrade, whether it's dry or wet, because there's no moisture in the air.
You guys could have that stuff. Whew. The a few things that I guess I'll say are a little bit frustrating is the you get those of us that got the ZF and those that are looking to get the ZF, try to find a screen protector for the rear LCD. Nobody makes one. So it's a 3.2 inch LCD. So I go on B&H and I find that the D850 had a 3.2 inch LCD. So I write to B&H and I said, is there any reason why this screen protector would not work on the ZF? And they wrote back and they said, no, it won't work on the ZF. I don't understand why if it's the same exact size, and they said there aren't any out there yet, any protectors out there yet for the rear screen. So I'm almost tempted to buy it anyway and try it out, but we'll see. I'll think about it, but I can't believe 3.2 inches is 3.2 inches.
yeah, but it's on the diagonal.
It's on the diagonal. Yeah,
that's the problem, because you can change your horizontal and vertical and still get 3.2 inches or whatever, and you can make it shorter and longer, and but it's not the same size. It was the same diagonal, but it's not the same.
Last week, this guy had a cannon, and a firecracker landed on top of his LCD screen, and it blew up, right? And it just shattered it, but he had a protective, thick protective screen on it, and it didn't hurt the LCD at all. But if he didn't have that protective screen, forget about it. It landed right on top of it and blew up.
Well, that was at your little vegetarian visit there.
Yeah, well, I got blown up in my belly Monday night because the firecracker came down and then landed right in between my sling bag and my belly, and it blew up, like two of them, and it melted my shirt and put holes in the sling bag. That was painful.
Oh man! Hello, Albert. Albert's in the house. We're gonna. I think we got. Let's see. Let me minimize this on. We got 23 people. So I think because we have so many images, it's probably a good idea that we think about getting started here. So I'm going to.
We can't hear Mossman.
Yeah. He disappeared on here. Rebooting. I'm gonna bring up the share screen here and get everything set up for our first images, so everybody can bear with me for a minute, and we will. No, that's not what I want to do.
We keep welcoming people here where you're.
Yeah, you keep welcoming everybody and tell them that we are getting ready.
Excellent, thank you.
And this is going to
got wildlife.
take a minute here. I'm gonna get rid of some of the stuff on the screen so I can make the image bigger. Get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of that. And I'm going to enter full screen mode. And I'm going to, let's see, what else can I do here? Can I shrink people down? Let me see if I can shrink us down a little bit. Let me see. No, I think I put everybody. Is that better when everybody's on the bottom?
I think so.
You think that looks better? Or does that look better, or does that look better? I think it doesn't matter, right? I think that looks more balanced.
Yes.
Anyway,
We're okay until we get another person in the panel.
Yeah. So I do need to. I want full screen, but I also need to be able to go through the images here. So this is a tight walk for me. Does it look all right, guys? Is it decent?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, this is good.
Okay. So we're gonna start off here, and if when Mozman comes back on, I'll probably have to change the screen again. So the first set of images are from my friend Bob Reppert, aka Bob Our Photos, and the first two images I'm going to show you, he took at Brook Green Gardens, which is a botanical gardens, and they have sculptures, and they have historical. It used to be like a rice plantation, so they have where the old rice fields used to be. So a little bit of Black history there in that area that's discussed. And they have the new Red Wolf exhibit that I did a video on and talked about. So there's a lot of things there. So we got to an area where there were some lily pads, and Bob got this beautiful photo with a couple bees, one flying in, one on the lily. So this is one of his shots.
I like it. Excellent timing there.
Yep. Very good, Bob. And the water lilies there, when they're in bloom, and they have a lot of different varieties, and they have different man-made. They have fountains, and so they have lilies in the fountain areas. They have some man-made water features where they'll have lilies, and when those things are in bloom, they're like my favorite flower to take a picture of. Really, it's just a lot of activity.
And that was taken with which lens did Bob use?
He took this with the Z8 with the 24-120.
Oh, right, fantastic!
24-120, and
my favorite.
Yep. So here, the next image he took that'll be coming up here in a second is also in the same place with the 24-120 as well. So we will. Let me just see if we have any. Looking at the comments here, so this is fun. I get a sore neck by the end of the night going back and forth, but that's the way it is. Let me know if can you guys tell if Mozman's ready to come back or not, or
yeah he says he's back.
He says he's back, but he's not showing up on the screen. So let me reorganize the screen, and
no, we don't see it.
I don't see him. Joe Man's Land is here, so I'll put him on. And Mozman's in the background waiting. I'll put him on. So there we go. Now we got the full motley
There we go.
here now.
Good,
you can hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yeah, we can hear you now.
All right, perfect. Thanks. Sorry, guys.
So it's just like a Verizon commercial.
You guys hear me?
Hello, Joe. How you doing?
Good. Is my audio coming through?
Yeah, you're a little quiet though, but you're a quiet kind of guy. Wow, you got a fire going on?
Yeah. Now can you hear me?
Your mic is like really, really like you're wrinkling up pieces of paper or something. It's bad.
No, it's not. It's not good. Okay.
No, we hardly hear you.
1 second.
Okay. So I'm going to bring up the next photo.
Just
for
like
Bob.
old times.
Yeah. This is the beauty of a live stream. You get to see all the technological issues like in real time.
Oh,
So one thing you have down south that I'm not comfortable with is, well, and Gustavo, you probably had them in Venezuela, is we got big bugs.
yeah, no, I'm sure.
Yeah.
We got big bugs. And let's just say everybody could figure out what these two are up to, and we'll leave it at that.
Wow, Chihuahua.
This is supposed to be a family show, but Bob, you kind of like turned it into an X-rated event now.
Well, they're making a family.
You're making a family.
Exactly.
They're on the sidewalk, so while they're doing that, they could get stepped on, and that's the end of the whole family in one footstep.
One's getting a piggyback ride. Come on, guys.
Yeah. It's like
Thailand, they eat them.
Hey, look, we got to get on
Crickets.
the grass. We got to get on the grass. Hurry up.
But Bob is part of nature, so that's good. So
Before that bald-headed guy steps on me. Now, his third photo he submitted is with the Z8 with the F-mount 200 to 500, obviously with the FTC adapter on it. And this was near a church, and this is a juvenile red-tailed hawk with a bird attacking it. So this hawk was in the tree, and it was actually in the same tree where the eagle likes to go, or a bald eagle likes to go. And the two of them usually, they don't get along. Eagles will kill red-tailed hawks. So, but here, the eagle had flown off, the red-tailed hawk flew in, and these small birds, whether they were blue jays, one case it was a blue jay, and then I forget what another bird was that went after it. Oop, I just jumped ahead here. And they kept beating, they kept hitting the bird, trying to get him to leave. And eventually he did. And I guess that's Joe trying to talk again, huh?
Is it working?
You're like talking in a washing machine, I think, Joe. It's not good at all. Can't hear you.
Yeah, Joe, I can hear you better if I open my window.
Unplug your mic. Yeah. Replug it in.
But anyway, Bob, this is a great shot capturing the moment of what was going on.
Exactly.
Between the young and small birds and the prey.
No, it's always important to capture behavior, correct?
Yes. Yeah, that's half the fun. More than half the fun, actually. Now his last shot is, like I said, that tree is near a church. Well, the eagle likes to go on the cross at the top of the church and pray for fish. So you can see that it's on the very top of the post, whereas the horizontal piece of wood has the wires sticking up to try to keep birds from being there. But you're not going to stop. A bald eagle is going to go where a bald eagle wants to go, and that's all there is to it.
He's large and in charge.
Yep, large and in charge.
Hey, that means my microphone's working now. Yay.
It's working. It's just really quiet.
It's
The
working,
volume.
but you're quiet.
Is it loud enough now?
Yeah.
Getting better.
You're good.
Oh, yeah.
I think you're good. Okay.
I was getting the fireworks going. I like it.
Sounded like your mic was on fire earlier. You got to watch out for those fireworks that you're doing. Burn the house
I have a
down.
combustive personality is what people say, so it makes sense.
So, Bob, thanks for submitting your images. We appreciate it. The next entry we have is from Luis, and I'll just give you the narrative here first before I put the first photo on. Shots were taken between 180 millimeters and 530 millimeters using both the 180 to 600 lens and the 500 PF on the Z8 and the Z9. ISO 1000 f8, 1/2500th of a second to 1/3200th of a second. So we'll bring up the first image, and these were from a pelagic trip off the coast. I'm going to pronounce it wrong. Gustavo, you'll correct me because he was in Portugal. Sabres, Sabres, Sabres.
Sabre Island.
Okay, off the coast of Sabres in Portugal, on a
Okay.
boat with the boat going up and down. He says the 500 PF he felt performed a little bit better than the 180 to 600, but he also felt the 180 to 600 performed better than he thought it was going to be. So he had the birds that he took pictures of were the great shearwater, the Balearic shearwater, the European storm petrel. So we will go through a series of images that he sent in. And it's always a challenge to exposure wise when you're shooting on the ocean.
And birds on a fly from a boat in the ocean too.
Yeah, you're going up and down. You got changing light conditions depending on if you got a cloudy day and the sun pokes out or whatever. So it could be a handful. So here's his next shot. I like this with it skipping across the water, trying to get airborne.
Ooh, okay.
I like that one a lot.
Good texture on the water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I'm almost getting seasick looking at this. If I look at it too long, I might have to look for. Wait a minute. I'll be back. I gotta look for my barf bag. I don't know.
So this is from Luis P. Correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So I don't. We haven't seen him here yet on the comment, but I know that he's in the Netherlands.
And so then here's another shot.
Okay.
So he sent me 4 images. So, but it looks like he had a good day.
Yeah.
You know, he had a good day. I mean, it's a good day when you're on a boat. I like this one. I like whenever you have the bird hitting the water type of shots, I always like those. You got the water beating up off the bill as well. And
the reflection.
and you got a reflection in there too. So
this one, Luis, when he listened to this, but this one is the one that I like the best of the series.
Yeah, I agree. And that's a little bit larger bird too. Well, I'm sure that these types of birds, I'm assuming, are basically always out in the ocean, huh?
Yes. That's why he said pelagic, right? So
yeah, they're never to be seen other than from a boat. or a low flying helicopter.
Well done, Luis.
Which lens was this one? With this shot taken with, Jeff? Do you know?
He did not specify which lens for each shot. He just said he used either the 180 to 600 or the 500 PF, but he didn't say which shot was with what lens. Now we're glad that the next image is from someone who traveled from great distances today and is half asleep, but is going to have to narrate these shots. And he's on the panel. So, Mr. Gustavo, you are going to be up here to explain.
Ooh.
And here's the funny thing with Gustavo. So he takes a shot and he writes and he says, makes it out like, the IQ is okay or whatever. It's like I don't know. His standards are obviously much higher than mine if he finds fault with this image, because I certainly don't.
No.
You're your own worst critic, Gustavo.
Hey, that's what keep me going.
Right?
So,
that's how it works.
Yeah. So
I'll let you. I'll let you. You want me to read what you sent me, or do you want to?
Yeah. Read what I sent you.
Go for it. You awake enough to narrate?
More or less.
So Gustavo says, as you know, there's a lot of discussions in the photo community about IQ when using lenses with the f6.3 aperture and their combination with the ZTCs. And he believes some of the information being disseminated is a bit outdated. So he's using this photo along with some other ones he sent in. He wants to make a couple points about modern technology that we now have. And he says, I don't know about you, but I'm amazed by what we can do with the modern new lenses, cameras, and editing software. All these photos were taken with the 800 millimeter using a tripod. And of course, all the detailed information. Gustavo is kind enough to spell out all his settings and his camera and the lens and everything else at the bottom of all of his images. So for those of you who like the data dump and you want to know every little thing that was done, he shares that at the bottom of his pictures. And this is a wonderful shot. You got obviously the background was far enough behind where you were able to isolate the subject and get it nice and creamy and smooth and very nice. Very nice.
Exactly. So I tell you, these 6.3 lenses are fantastic, and the actually interesting on this one, and this is that there was some sort of territorial dispute. They were hooting. They typically hoot, and by the time the sums comes up, you don't hear them anymore. But there was something. They were trying to defend the territory. So I went out from my deck to looking for them, and this guy flew off and landed actually very close to where I was before. so locally I was with the 800 and managed to get a couple of pictures here. So that's how these guys were made. But I know this community here like owls, so I say, hey, let me show you an owl here. Great horn.
So let me, I'm fighting with my own computer again, folks. So you gotta bear with me for a second. And,
That's a great shot, Gustavo.
Yeah, it is. Is that with the 600?
No, this is the 800.
800.
The 800? Okay.
This is our baby, Mossman.
Yeah.
Still my favorite.
Yeah, it's quite a lens.
So the other photos that Jeff is bringing here. Oh, no.
No.
Oh.
Jumped ahead. So here we go.
Yeah, actually, show the other one first, Jeff. Because
show the other one first?
Yes. Okay. So this one actually, this photo took me a while to get, correct? That's actually something that you see the birds doing certain behavior and they landed in a particular spot, correct? And then you try to look for the angle. So I tried this with different lenses closer to the birds. Actually, the angle that was more pleasing to me was actually far away. So I had to use the 800. So this picture is hardly cropped, correct? But this is the 800 with the time-2 converter, correct? Because that's the other myth that you can use the converters and get good image quality, correct? These converters, these new converters in the C system are really, really different from the old ones, right? In terms of what they can produce. I don't have hesitation to put them. So for this angle, in order if I wanted to have that background, that's what I needed to use. So these actually, Jeff and Leslie, actually these are Cassine's kingbirds, which is actually less common than the Western kingbird, but that's the one that happened to be around my area here. Okay, so anyway, so I took a series of that one. I was happy. Okay, now the next image is of the same bird, but now I crop it. Okay, so not only you can put a times-2 converter, but still the image quality whole when you crop it heavily. Correct. So you and because in this case the other bird already has left that call a stick, correct? And this one was there, but they were still displaying to each other. and so I made this vertical composition out of the image or what I was seeing in the sensor. Correct.
Yeah, and the thing is, like you said, the Z series teleconverters are so much better than the F mount versions, and to be able to put a 2 times TC on the 800 millimeter lens and get the seeds on that, the detail in the seeds and the beautiful separation and transition from the sharp feathers on the head of the head of the bird and the soft background, that you can't you would never think you would never have gotten this with an F mount
Exactly.
setup. Would
Exactly.
never happen. And
Exactly.
and I'm going to flip back to your other image quick, because I just want to compliment you on this, being someone who shoots birds as well. As this is one of those deals where you maybe you have two birds side by side, but you could be waiting there 20 minutes before they're both where their heads are in the right position to give you the look that you want to get, because
Exactly.
you get one that's looking back, looking behind, one looking down or whatever, and you're sitting there waiting for the heads to just get in the right position before you shoot and take the images. And people hopefully realize the amount of effort that you have to put in and the time you have to put in to basically get, birds don't pose for you. You can't say, move your head a little to the left, go a little to the right, lift your chin up. It doesn't work that way.
I have those pictures too when they are not doing what you want, but then you pick the one. but the point here, guys, is to don't listen to to these comments about 6.3 is not good in the morning, or the TC converted 1.4 doesn't work well with the 6.3 at f9. That is not, that's stuff in the past. You still have to have your skills. These were taken with a tripod, correct? But if you put the right time and skills, we get better images. Like Jeff was saying, I could not have done this image with the older equipment.
No. Wonderful job, Gustavo. Very nice. Very nice.
Very nice.
Yeah, I love that.
We're gonna move on to our next entries. From these are from Jeff and Leslie. Drum roll.
Well, Gustavo, great photos. They looked awesome.
Yeah. So Jeff and Leslie, they're sharing some images. This is I'm not good sometimes with the pronunciation when some of these words. Old Mackinac Point Lighthouse, Canon R7 with a 16 millimeter RF 2.8 lens, 1/80th of a second at f10.
Love it. Like the fence.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I like how you got the fence starting in the right hand corner and going out, and you just follows you right. You follow everything right out.
The bridge in the background's really
Right to
cool
the bridge,
too.
yeah.
Exactly.
But then he I mean, that's I mean, look how nice and green that grass is too. How wonderfully maintained it is. Right along the ocean. That's not, that's not typical. His next shot he took is driftwood on Lake Superior, on the Lake Superior shoreline, Whitefish Point Coast Guard Station. And this is with the Canon R7, still with a 24-105 f4 lens, 1/2000th of a second at f4. For some reason, it's interesting. I hope the images are sharp when you're seeing it. On my main computer, the image is a little soft, but on my laptop, it's sharp as a tack. So I don't know why. but hopefully it's sharp for you guys looking at it on your computer screens. Let me here. Trying to do not understand why it's a little bit soft here, but so his third image he sent in, and this is what I miss not being in New England anymore, is I had a lot of maple trees when I lived in Connecticut on my property, and those nice red leaves that you get in the fall. And I should pick on him a little for submitting this one, because he took it with an iPhone XR, and I mean, you really should use a real camera, I guess, but we'll forgive you this time because I do miss the fall foliage. So we'll pick on you a little bit. Yeah, man, I had yards full of oak and maple trees. And then his Jeff and Leslie's last entry here was a guy fishing on a perfect autumn day in Indiana, about 50 miles from his house in Kentucky.
Beautiful.
Same camera, R7 with the 24-105 f4, 1/800th of a second at f13.
Good capture.
And I don't know why I move my mouse too quick and I switch images here.
You're breaking the internet, Jeff.
Breaking the internet.
Too much
Love the
speed.
reflection.
Well, you said, Jeff in the comments said he had the 500 millimeter lens on the big camera. Cell phone was in his hand when he took the tree shot. Hey, you use what you have available, right? There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just teasing. That's all. So the next image we have now I'm going to have to tease Terry Gardner. I don't know if Terry's in the chat or not. I don't know if anybody noticed if Terry's in here or not.
He is.
Okay, Terry, I'm going to pick on you a little bit because the file name for this shot was cormorant.jpg, and it's not a cormorant. That's an anhinga.
Yes.
The cormorant has the not as long of a neck, and the bill curves at the end. But so I'll pick on you a little bit, but these are fun birds to watch feed if anybody ever gets a chance to be somewhere where you can see the anhingas. It's amazing the size of a fish that they could catch and swallow is amazing. Now he took this in the Grand Cypress Preserve in the Everglades with a D500 with the 70-300 lens. He was at 105 millimeters at f7.1 ISO 200. So now the next shot, Terry, which you got a quick preview because I keep hitting my mouse, is he took this shot of a jaguar at a little zoo in Waterfalls National Gardens in Costa Rica with a D300 with the Sigma 16-85 lens. He was at 46 millimeters at f11, and he darkened the background in Photoshop.
Nice.
What a beautiful,
very vibrant.
God, that's pretty.
Terry, was this taken through the fence or through a glass?
It's close for 50 mil.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it looks like it was taken just straight up. Like you can't see any chromatic aberration from the glass or the fence, whatever the barrier would have been. So that's really awesome. Terry says glass.
Okay.
Glass. Okay.
Very good.
Very
Good
clean.
job. Good job, Terry. Very good.
To avoid any reflection.
Beautiful specimen, huh? Man.
Yeah.
And this is like when I said at the beginning of the show, if you've never seen one before and someone sees a picture like this and they go, oh, I love that animal, and then they start looking into it, next thing you know, they're trying to protect the animal, you know. So our pictures, I think, hopefully when we get you know, an audience that rewatches the broadcast later on, that you know, isn't around, you know, out watching a movie right now, and come back and watch, look at our photos that everybody takes. Hopefully, you know, it strikes a chord with them. I mean, that's what we have to hope happens, you know. His next shot that he sent in is a view of Tallinn, Estonia. The city's 1,600 years old. He took this with the D300 with the Sigma 10 to 20 millimeter lens, at f3.5 lens, shot at 20 millimeters at f5.6 ISO 200. I like the combination of the domes and the conical shaped roof lines, you know.
And then just how abstract the clouds are in the background, right? I feel like everything's very symmetrical, and then the background's just very airy, which really makes the juxtaposition of the two just beautiful. Really draws you into the center.
And then you got the different kinds of clouds. You got the ones low, you know, above the water, and then you got the other clouds up higher up in the frame. Nice, very nice shot. Well done.
Lovely.
Like the old coal stack on the right too. That's fun.
Yeah.
They must have had some heavy industry there at one time with the stack that high.
Yeah.
And these are, of course, structures that are, no pun intended, structures that are totally foreign to me, because I've never been anywhere to see structures like this. So I find it very interesting.
And every tower is different. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
Terry, you're showing off tonight, my friend. You're showing off tonight. And then his last image that he sent in is of the Reddington Long Pier in Florida. And he says, unfortunately, it's not survived the last two hurricanes.
Ooh.
So obviously, a good thing he got this shot when he could, right? Used the Z6 with the 14 to 30 millimeter lens, shot at 27 millimeter at f11. It's funny, I was just talking to Tim the other day, right, Tim, about the 14 to 30 millimeter lens.
Yeah, just yesterday.
Yeah.
Did you get it?
No. I'm not buying any more camera stuff till middle of next year.
It's just that's the lens that's going to put you over that 2 that you quoted. So
no, if I get this, I probably won't get the 20. I'll keep it at 2. Keep it at 2.
my money's still on more than 2.
Unless I sell old F mount glass, which, you know, you can't get enough money for it right now, or ever, probably. Those days are gone. But Terry, this is his last shot he sent in. I really appreciate you participating as always, and great job. Great job. The next image comes from Mr. Wayne Maddox. I have my screen blocked, guys, so if Wayne is trying to get in or something, if somebody notices anybody trying to get in, let me know, because I have my restream screen.
Wayne's in the green room.
He's in the green room. Yeah.
Is he? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Wayne. Let me find you here. Oh, there you are. You're under that guy Tim. You're at the. We'll bring you in, Wayne.
Yeah,
Hey, Wayne.
I've been hanging out in here just waiting for you to finish your thing and find me.
The problem is, like, I have my restream screen covered by my Lightroom screen, so I can't see anything.
Okay.
So I'm like in a cave right now, you know. So Wayne, I'll let you narrate your image that I'm going to click on here and let everybody know about it.
Let me make my screen bigger because I got two screens going on here. Oh, the mall shot. So
Yeah,
this one is taken with the original Z6. This was a couple days after I picked it up in Hong Kong. I was in Singapore and just walking through the mall early in the morning, and I was just looking up and saw how the roof looked, and I thought it was a nice shot to take to test out the Z6. And as you can see, the color is great. Everybody was at Z6, Z6 II, ZF, same sensor. It's just really nice. I like the lines in it and how they were kind of like leading down to the front of the building. It's a real cool shot, I think.
You know what's funny is when I lived in Connecticut, the malls that we had there, you weren't allowed to ever have a camera in there. If you walked in with a camera to take a picture of any of the stores or any of the structure at all, the security guards would kick you out of the mall.
Wow.
You know, the funny thing is today, walking around here in Malaysia, going to the malls and taking pictures with the camera, some people, get on your case, some people don't. I'm like, it's so funny because everybody else with an iPhone is just snapping photos all around. Like us, everybody's snapping. But as soon as, this kind of bigger camera comes out, they're like, whoa, no pictures. I'm like, but everybody else is. Yeah.
Yeah, double standard.
Yeah.
Well, I had the same thing happen when I was out in Lake Louise about a year ago. I was shooting a video just to myself. Like I wasn't peddling product or anything. It was literally just me doing like one of my YouTube videos talking about a lens. And this influencer took her phone and videoed me videoing myself and then tagged me on social media to hear me talking. And was like, so-and-so didn't get a filming permit for doing commercial, blah, blah, blah. And then I looked at her feed. The next two things was her wearing a sweater and selling the sweater. I'm not even selling anything. Like I haven't had any products. Like
we're gonna pull up the next shot that Wayne took, which is the exterior view.
Ooh.
oh wow.
Mm-hmm.
That one makes you a little busy, doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh wait, no, is that the Sands Hotel, Wayne?
Yep. Marina Bay Sands.
So cool.
So, Wayne, did you go to the top and saw they have a swimming pool or something, correct? That goes
They
between
do.
the windows.
A couple restaurants up there as well. So it's nice. The area that tourists can enter is at the front of the boat looking thing. But the other side, the side that you're seeing on the screen right now from the second tower back to the right, that's pretty much the pool for hotel guests. As a tourist, you can't get onto that side. Only if you stay in the hotel, you can get up there.
Ah, okay.
It's funny when I look at the lines, okay, on the left-hand side of the image, I'm looking at it thinking like, is that like for track and field or something? People run in between those lanes, I mean, it's just really, it really just makes your imagination, obviously my imagination, get a little carried away,
Yeah, if I think that's glass. You kind of see through the glass to see like the stuff that's holding up the exterior glass.
Yeah,
So it looks like a track. There's actually glass on the outside that's sitting on those tracks as they're going up.
And what lens was it?
The 2040-70 f4, the kit lens that came with it.
Okay.
Then and now
that was
Wayne,
sun, looking up to the sun and shaded by the tree to kind of get that look.
Now Wayne did this intentionally to fake me out because he threw in an image that is not what I would think that Wayne would be taking, but he had to surprise me, and so he sends a macro shot, or what he called a macro style shot with the 24-70 on his Z6.
And that was as you walk past the Marina Bay Sands. On the other side is where you have those trees and everybody keeps seeing the famous one. What's it called? Gardens by the Bay. But before you get to it, there's a little garden on the outside and a little walkway area, and these orchids were out there. So I was trying to get as close as possible. Of course, you can't really see it on the screen here, but the focus point was really inside the flower, the center section of it. But of course, anything that's on that same plane, like the bud on the other side and the leaf, those are in focus. But the thing I was pointing my lens at was really the thing on the inside to see how close I can get to that and get it in focus.
So yeah, you threw me a curveball on this one.
Well,
and then,
if you look at my site, I do have like a whole lot of macro stuff up there.
And then he switches gears, or at least I try to put the everybody's images in the order in which they showed up in my my email, and hopefully I don't jumble them up too often. Hopefully they're in the right order. But so you go from a flower, and then you go to a cityscape like this.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that was a nighttime shot looking over the harbor into the city. And I was using the Voigtlander 40 millimeter. Handheld, no tripod. I think I sent you the setting.
Yeah, it's f4 1/60th of a second in manual mode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, good shot, Wayne.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very nice.
I had another one with the laser lights I was going to send, but I figured maybe I'll save that for some other time. I don't want to overload you with images.
I like the it looks like everything's dipped in gold,
Exactly.
Yeah, the lighting.
The lighting, yeah. That Fullerton Hotel is worth a lot of cash, man.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And then he ends his submissions here with a macro shot with the 60 millimeter lens of a hibiscus, and I like this a lot because I actually bought I've got some large pots out in my backyard on my patio, and I bought 3 hibiscus plants this year. And I love how they look. They're so pretty. They're such nice flowers.
Yeah, when you can get the macro and get closer down them and show all the little, I don't know if you want to call them hairs or whatever that's on there, and then in the center section there, it just looks awesome. I mean, all of these were with the Z6. I was just putting it through the paces, trying to get shots. This one I went back to the Philippines a couple of days after the Singapore trip. I take a lot of these. For a period of time, I was taking a lot of macro shots. Let's say on my photo site, you find like a section in there with just like a macro stuff. And I'm always trying to see how close I can get. But I think maybe like a 200 millimeter, that one I really wanted to kind of give me a bit of standoff to get closer, but I never actually got that lens. So the 60 macro was my favorite lens.
Well, the point too that you made here is for people who start talking like, well, the Z6 isn't a good camera anymore, or wasn't that great a camera, and these pictures tell a different story. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that camera whatsoever, and people who own it should be happy they own it, and as I say all the time, make use of what you have. I mean, everybody can always wish for the next quote unquote selling point of everybody telling you this is the latest and greatest widget now. You'll get that, and you could take great pictures with what you have. You just got to get out and do it.
Yeah.
But thank you so much, Wayne, for sending those in. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And now we got, let's see how many you got from Sean here. Look through my cheat sheets. Got a few images sent by Sean Fontenot. So we will jump to his first shot here of a street worker in Tibet having a smoke. And that's with his Z9 with a 105 MC at f2.8, 1/160th of a second at ISO 500.
It's a cool one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Z8 and Z9 does black and white fairly well. I'm just kind of curious to see some shots from the ZF with those extra tones. That'd be nice if we can add those to the Z9 and Z8 as well. And you guys taking it black and whites with the ZF?
Yeah, I've been taking a bunch, but it saves them as a JPEG, and the way my system is set up, it won't download them onto my computer.
Ah,
But I can always talk to the idiot who wrote the software the next time I look in the mirror and have him fix it.
Was that the same guy? Is that the same guy to put an 800 PF on his ZF? I forget who that might have been.
I'm not too sure. It may be, you know.
Yeah,
And they're
possible.
And they're using it to shoot portraits.
Yeah. But I mean, I took some with the ZF, but I'm just not a big JPEG person per se. So I took a few just to look at the camera and look at them, and I liked them. But I tend to shoot raw 99% of the time anyway, and then I convert it to black and white in Lightroom, and then I have a bunch of different. I'm not going to say I have Frono Photos sample kit or anything, but I have a bunch of different black and white tweaks that I could try out and see which one looks best to me, you know, and then that's what I end up doing. But
Skittles.
Skittles, yeah. And everything looks better when you're with Skittles.
Just making it rain diabetes on those photos.
Yeah. Now,
the way I've got my camera set up, it does all these crazy things to the JPEG and not to the RAW. And like I said, I don't download the JPEGs, but I'm going to have to start because some of the things that I'll do that I'm not taking advantage of what I can do in camera. But I do like the black and white out of the ZF. You know, it looks nice.
now I'll jump to the Sean just sent in 2 pictures, so we'll skip over to his next one, and this one is he titled this "Dinner Near the Great Pyramid D7100" with a Tamron 10 to 24 millimeter at 10 millimeters f3.5.
Wow.
1/400th of a second at ISO 100.
Who is this?
Sean.
Sean.
Okay. Very good.
So that, you know,
Cameraman in the chat section.
yeah, and the fact that, you know, I mean, you got that bright section of the sky, and you know, it managed well, you know, worked out well.
Yep.
Great storytelling on this photo, correct?
Yeah. I mean, you got this is like a Joe Stroud type of shot. You know, the more you look at it, the more you find things that you can talk about. You know, that's like one heck of a pool, isn't it? I'm assuming it's a pool. It looks. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's not a pool, but it could be. It could be a pool.
I think it is.
If it is, man, that thing's like the size of a football stadium, probably. You know.
Well, some of it has to do with a 10 millimeter lens. Makes it look so much bigger. So,
Yeah.
like the perspective is all distorted, but that's the beauty of a 10.
But Sean, thank you so much for sending in some images. We appreciate your contribution to the show. And we're going to move on to another. We have 4 images from another panelist here who I'll let explain his images. And they are about an event that we totally misconstrued and didn't understand what it really was until Mr. Ishii explained it to us. So we're going to get to your shots, and I'll let you narrate them. So here's shot number 1.
All right. This is what they call the Vegetarian Festival. And no, it's not a bunch of vegans from California. All right.
Well, these guys are
what
pretty
it-
skinny. Maybe they only eat vegetables. I don't know.
They call it vegetarian festival because they have to for a couple of weeks to a month they have to eat nothing but vegetables, a vegetarian diet for these devotees to do some what do you call some major piercing through their body and through their mouth. And technically what it is called the Nine Emperors Festival. And it's a Taoist belief of these so-called 9 emperors from China many thousand years ago that came and create good luck and whatever. And each temple has praise to these 9 emperor gods. And for 1 week, they celebrate their existence coming into the world. And after that, they take the deities, the emperors, like little figurines, to the ocean and let them go out to sea. So what it is, it's very explosive. As you can see here, they use a tremendous amount of fireworks and firecrackers, and we're talking just huge amounts of container loads of firecrackers in which they throw out into the crowd. So you have to be very careful, and you have to be pretty well geared up with hat and cover yourself up, and take your camera and tape it up with gaff tape. So it does, because the firecrackers, they use clay to create the compression to explode.
Okay.
So that clay, when it explodes, it gets all on your, on your camera and stuff. And it's, clay it doesn't blow off, it's kind of sticky.
Sticks to you.
Yeah, so it sticks to everything. So, for example,
I'm going to jump to your next image here.
yeah. So, for example, my sling bag, see, exploded here right in the, and then and then it destroyed the back of it, melted it. So you got to be very careful.
Wow.
And in order to get good shots, you got to get really close. So I used my Z8 and 2 lenses, a 14-30. I kept it at 14 so I can get like 2 inches from them, and the 24-120 so I can get a little bit longer shots, and I can zoom, start at 120 and then zoom back.
Yeah.
But you can't change lenses. You change lenses and your camera's gone.
Yeah.
So you have to pretty well prepare yourself. And then I used a Ricoh GR3 with a 21mm adapter to get super close and just try to whack away. But
You can see all the debris on the ground there around their feet.
that's all. Yeah, that's all the paper from the fireworks.
Yeah.
But it's very, very explosive and extremely loud. So you have to wear those 3M earplugs, and then what do you call those respirators?
Wow.
So here they are they carry those firecrackers. See, they just hold them like in their hand. I don't think, so this ain't your average 4th of July party in your cul-de-sac.
No.
He's some violent vegetarians. I love it.
It's really violent, but it's fun, and you should experience it because it's a lot of fun. And we went with a group from our local camera shop, in which they put it together. Wayne is familiar with them, and they did a great job organizing it. The hotel and the food. And so after you finish, you go get a pizza or something.
So for these guys, a good day is they come home and they have all their fingers and all their toes.
Yeah, and that's you got to wear gloves and stuff.
I only white cursed through you on this one, John. I was like, when I saw this stuff, I was like, nope, didn't want to be there.
I mean, just look at what you're breathing in there. I mean, and a lot of these people just seem to have masks on.
Whatever's in gunpowder, right? Sulfur and all this type of stuff. So that's why you have to wear a respirator. The first day I didn't have it, and I was just choking like crazy. You know, but like Diana, I couldn't believe her, man. She was like in it, man. She was like in it, and I go, what the heck? And she's, you know, and they're throwing firecrackers at her, and she was all shielded with her hat and everything. But and then the colors from that Hasselblad, I mean, it's got such depth. I don't know if you've seen her pictures, but they're just like mind blowing, mind blowing. And I shot at 30 frames per second. 30 frames per second on JPEG. I said, what the heck? I can't shoot raw, you know? So I'll just put it on Vivid or whatever on a preset and just fire away at 30 frames per second. So I took about 10,000 shots. You know, I mean, 1 second.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was quite an experience. Quite an experience.
So what size memory card did you have in your camera?
Well, 256.
256. Okay.
I mean, that's 256.
Yeah, and the JPEG files are kind of small anyway.
And then the SD, you know, the SD was a 128, so you got, you know, a good 8,000 frames.
Yeah, yeah. But this is a case where, John, I say better you than me in terms of being there and doing that.
Good documentation of the world.
Yes, I mean,
there's a lot of stuff happening in the world, correct?
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's the beauty of it, is that all this stuff is going around the world, and you have this camera that just works so flawlessly.
Exactly.
In such a, I mean, this is a really harsh environment for a camera, and it just ran perfectly without a hiccup.
Yeah, I mean, you're showing off your photojournalist chops, as they say, with these.
Yeah, I knew I knew exactly what to shoot. The other thing, the other pictures I have not, I didn't send it to you because they're very graphic. No, I don't know if the people want to see pictures of samurai swords in people's mouth.
Like
it doesn't
hold
bleed,
it,
by
like
the
stick
way.
it through.
There's no blood.
They put it through, right?
Yeah, did you see him? Did
I
send
shared
you
something in the
picture?
past, but I didn't see yours. I don't think you posted that.
Oh, I'll send it to you. It's they take samurai swords and put it through their mouth. They take a boat and stick it in their mouth. And there's no blood, by the way.
Yeah. I've seen some photos in the past.
There's no blood. No.
It's
pretty,
totally
pretty
chill,
wacky.
right? Yeah, just sticking a knife to your face. It's no blood. It's fun.
So, John, when you get in the middle of that, do you get in the zone? That your instincts come back?
You know, if you ain't close, you ain't close enough. You just got to get as close as you can, and then just pull back, because they're moving fast. So, and then you start pulling back, get the shot, and then go to the side. But yeah, it makes photography exciting.
Well, John, you know, you showed us the vegetarian thing, and next time when you say you went to some kind of a meat, some kind of a meetup, MEAT, a meetup, I'll be scared what you show for that, because you threw us off with this vegetarian thing. I'll tell you. Thanks a lot for sharing, man. I appreciate it.
Hey, no
Hey,
problem.
Greg, it's a Z8. He had said it earlier. He was John. Greg Wilson, nature photographer, was asking about the camera. So you use Z8 and the GR3, right?
Yeah, I used Z8, the GR3 Ricoh, and for video, I use this Insta 360.
Oh wow!
And then what's nice about this is you can take the camera off the main body and then attach it to a selfie stick or to your hat.
Oh,
and just use this, and then it feeds into this through via Bluetooth.
Nice.
And this is where the memory is at.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
Awesome. I got to drop, guys, but it was nice seeing everyone.
Well, Joe,
Okay.
you want to hang on for a few minutes? I'll go get your pictures.
Oh, I mean, if it's not a hassle, Jeff, I don't want to have to.
No,
mess
it's
up
not a
the order
hassle.
of things.
I was just going to mention that I know some people need to leave earlier, and that anybody on the panel, if you're getting ready to leave, you speak up,
Yeah.
and I will find your images and get your images up here so that you can talk about them. So, Joe, just give me a second to find them.
Okay.
I got to take off, so I'll leave this spot for somebody.
Yeah.
Okay, guys.
Okay.
Bye, John.
Thanks a lot, John.
Bye, John.
All right.
Good evening, John.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Take care. Bye.
See you later.
Take care. Oh man, my printer really mucked up my cheat sheets here. Okay, give me a minute, Joe. I gotta find out here which ones were yours, your file names anyway, so I could get to them here.
I can have a look at the email I sent you. I might be able to find them.
No, I know. I found them because I remember some of them made me very hungry. So for all you folks out there saying, well, it's almost time for my bedtime. Well, not on this show, especially if Joe sent you something. It ain't bedtime. It's time to eat, baby.
Oh my!
It's time to eat.
It is. It is. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. I guess I'll give context on this one. I was hungry. Kidding. No. So there was a new steakhouse that just opened up downtown here in Calgary, and I keep walking by it on my way to work, and I was like, man, like maybe they'd like a free photo and video. I sometimes do that with businesses just because it's fun for me to get out and shoot and get them some content. So this photo, I took it with the Z6 with the 50mm 1.4 G lens, stopped down to f4 on the FTZ2 adapter, and I shot it freehand.
And then because Joe can't get enough of meat, he sends this one.
Yeah, so same thing. This is the same place. This is a tomahawk steak, Alberta beef. Can't go wrong with it. Same thing, 50mm 1.4. I think this one was at 1.4. Shot it in manual, just with the focus peaking on, freehand again. And I think I shot a shutter 1/250, I want to say. And then I think the ISO was somewhere around that like 800 to 1000 mark.
So see, Joe, first he stuffs his face, then he goes and he gets out his drone.
Yeah. So it's winter in Calgary now. It is cold. This was our first snowfall of the year. Well, first snowfall of summer. We got about a foot in different areas. Downtown was kind of around that. I don't know, 6-inch mark the first day. But yeah, this one I took with the Mini 3 Pro. Got it up there pretty high. This is a desert, and it's lovely.
Sorry, I lost your image here.
I wish my image had no precipitation in it. But yeah, this one was probably about 100 feet off the ground. Shot it in true vertical. Did a video and stuff as well. And actually, what this photo doesn't show is about 5 minutes later in the same flight, the gimbal started to freeze on my drone, so I had to bring it back. So that's one of the things. Whenever you're flying, if you're flying colder weather, you can do it, but just don't fly very far, because even if it's not super cold out, the wind chill can really slow down the mechanics on the drone, and you're not going to get nearly as much length of time out of it than you would on a warm day.
Well, I laugh when I'm looking at the car when I see the car, the crooked cars, and in the image there, and they look like little matchboxes.
It was there was a lot of accidents that day. I actually had a real estate shoot that day as well. And my client was like, "Hey, like, can you come out?" And I was like, okay. So I ended up, after this photo, it snowed a bit more, and I ended up driving all the way out to this place just north of the city, and it was just treacherous, but fun to get some photos in that weather.
Yeah, when I saw this white stuff on the ground, I says, I certainly don't miss that.
Yeah,
Nope.
I don't.
But it's coming.
So, Joe, did you get an indication of how much battery power you still have when it's cold like this, or no?
Yeah. Well, so I usually find the battery would drain about maybe 0.75 times faster, I would say, in general, just depending on how cold it is. I usually, the way I do it, the minute I hit that 30-40% mark left on the battery in terms of its battery capacity left, I bring it on back. That's just kind of my rule of thumb. I mean, even when it's warm out, I usually don't fly it below 20% power. I'm just not comfortable with it. But the other thing as well is, I mean, in terms of length of flights, I fly a lot shorter distance than some people do. You know, some people be like, oh yeah, I'm going to fly like 5 kilometers away, but I like to have a line of sight on the drone because, you know, I don't want to lose it. Oh, Roy says Joe needs a drone with an extension cord. Yes, I do, Roy. I need the longest extension cord in history. Actually, I had an Australian guy on one of my videos not too long ago ask me. He said, "Hey, so in the national parks, it says if you have a camera tethered to a rope, it can go off the ground. So if I connect a cable to my drone and then fly it, I'm technically not breaking rules." And I was like, this is creative. This is very, very creative, and I respect the ingenuity that went into that thought. You can't do that.
I want to say hi to Joe Stroud, and Joe. Once we're when we're done here with our other Joe here, your shots are next. So I hope you can hang on for a few minutes so we could show your images.
It's Mini 3 Pro.
We're gonna go to your next.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, this one, same day. We've got this old arcade downtown that got the whole top adapted into sort of like an outdoor park game space. Actually, a lot of the videos you guys will see at Petapixel with Jordan and Chris, they filmed a lot of it at the structure as well. I was just up there flying my drone a couple days ago. Sorry, same day of the drone photo. And I just saw this. I just thought, man, this is kind of a neat angle. It's obviously the end of bowling season. And I took that one with the Sony's V1.
And then we got your last one that you sent in. And this one is like the first one I saw, I think, when you sent me the email, and I'm like, oh, snow. And I'm like, now is that, it was, I was just laughing with the, looked like obviously a cigar sticking out of his mouth.
Yeah. He's been sitting there for a while. So yeah, this one is a park just a couple of feet here. And I was, walking to work. It was the first day of the snow, and I saw that, and I just thought, man, this is how every Calgarian feels the minute there's an inch of snow on the ground. Because the thing with Calgary is it's never like a little bit of snow. It'll be an aggressive amount. So it'll go from like beautiful weather, like 20 degrees outside, to -8 and this. And I thought this kind of captured how me and probably a lot of other Calgarians. And the same thing took it with this ZV1 as well.
Well, when I first saw this image, I'm like looking at that cigar, and I'm saying I want to make sure that's really part of the that somebody just didn't stick one in there. You know,
it's an old sculpture, Jeff. Yeah, that one's been there a while. There's a few of these sculptures around the city, and it's kind of neat because depending on the time of year, it kind of shows a different emotion, right? So like this one in the summer, without all the snow on it, kind of looks kind of happy. But there's a pound of snow on it. He doesn't look so happy no more. His cigar is struggling.
I look like Sasquatch visit the Calgary, correct, during the winter.
Yeah. See, sometimes I guess you can get Bigfoot in focus, right?
Exactly. We fully focus only in the winter and in Calgary.
Yeah.
Well, Gustavo, this guy is actually playing chess, and he hasn't made a move in the last 30 years that I know of. And I don't know how many years before that since he moved.
That's neat, though. That's neat.
Yeah.
I mean, now I'm trying to just look at the scale of that. How tall do you think that is off the ground, from ground level?
That statue is real size for a person.
Yeah, it's a 1-to-1 ratio for people. So this one, there's like a little bench right across from it. So I sat down and got really close. I was shooting at I think 24 mil, and I kind of angled the camera up just a little bit. Like, with the ZV1, like you kind of use the tilty screen to angle it a bit. So I tried to do that, and then I just really wanted to kind of capture how big the building was behind it, just to kind of go through. And also there was a nice reflection because it was during golden hour.
Yeah, I really like this one a lot.
Thanks. It's moody, just like me.
But hey, thanks, Joe, for coming in, and I'm glad we got the images up for you to talk about. Appreciate it.
Hey, my pleasure, Jeff. Thanks for sharing them and great photos, everyone. From what I've seen so far, I'll definitely be watching off and on here for the rest of the evening. But great work, everyone. Keep up the awesome work, and yeah, great seeing y'all. Have a good night.
Good evening,
Stay
Joe.
warm.
Take it easy.
Stay warm. Yeah. See you
Stay
guys.
warm, yeah. So I'm gonna skip ahead, everybody, to some images that Joe Stroud was nice enough to send in to us. He sent in 4 images, and I'm gonna just comment that he shot them all with the Z9. 3 of them with the 58 millimeter f1.4G, and 1 with the 24 to 120 lens. And let's just say his theme is perfect for this time of year, and he was the only one of all of us who thought of choosing this theme for his photos. I wish I had any good ones with this theme to have shared with people, but I don't. But we will jump to his photo right here.
Wow.
And so Joe's got the perfect theme here. And this was, like I said, he shot this with the Z9 with the 58 millimeter f1.4G. And
wow, that's a good image. And Joe, I don't know how you did it, but the processing it's so well done. I mean, even with these, through the YouTube, they look fantastic. Right?
Mhm.
now, did you, Joe? Did you like darken the sides of the image intentionally, or was it dark when you shot it, or did you make it dark to make it more dramatic? Just curious. But I like it because it basically, with it being darker like that, I mean, it just focuses your eyes. You always get drawn to the lighter part of the image, so you get focused right in on the subject,
And this guy's got a big head.
Yeah. Is it? And I'm almost scared to ask him if this is someone he knows. Okay, he said he dodged and burned a bit. Okay.
But the framing is fantastic. It's good.
Yeah.
I like it.
So then following his theme, staying with his theme, you got this.
Oh,
So this one is the before, and the other one's the after.
Well, yeah. When the pumpkin shriveled up, then it was this, right?
Yeah.
he take the pumpkin off, and then that's so you get this.
He says
Beautiful.
that his grandson in the first image. He says it was his grandson. I don't know if probably his grandson in this image too, but that's funny. That's great.
Mhm.
I mean, my question is, Joe, when you're setting these types of images up and you got the props and you got, is there anybody that walks by seeing you do this that maybe gets a little nervous?
Yeah, I like the eyes in the pumpkin.
Yeah. He says they're all of his grandsons. So I love these. He's just like, I'm like, yeah, Halloween spirit, man. I love it.
I guarantee you, the grandson also have a lot of fun making these photos.
Oh yeah.
And seeing the results.
Yeah. So here we go. I wonder if when you showed him the images afterwards, if he actually got scared of them, even though it was him.
Going ahead to feed his grandson more because his fingers are just bones.
I know.
Yeah, you gotta send him. You gotta take him to where Joe was eating those steaks, man. Where the other Joe was eating those steaks, fatten them up a little bit. And then this is the last shot.
Oh wow.
Okay.
That's cool.
So do you put a light behind, Joe, or how do you light the background?
Well, what I like is the light in the mouth. I mean, you can't see. You can't see. Well, I guess if you look really, really close, I'm looking close to see if I can see his grandson's head in there or his face, but I really can't tell if his head is in there or not. You know, so you know what I'm saying?
I see the grandson maybe holding the light behind him.
You know, it's that's cool. That is so cool.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Sure.
Joe, thank you so much for a Halloween themed presentation here for us to enjoy.
Excellent.
That's so cool. I really like this one. Man. I'm like, I keep looking at the mouth saying, do I see any eyes in there or a face? You know. Hey, you know, he has to make you look, you know. So our next images, let me see who is still with us. Okay. Like I said, I don't see anybody on the screen unless I move my other window out of the way here. So I'm seeing who is still surviving with us. And I see Randall's here and Tim. And okay, we got a good crowd still. So the next image is Randall. The next ones are yours coming up. So I'll let you you narrate them. And I don't know if you can. You didn't specify in when you sent me the information whether you shot it with what camera you use. So I'll let you elaborate on that. So we'll jump to your first image here.
So I do not know what the flowers were at the San Antonio Botanical Gardens. And I had so many images, I had to go through all of them to pick the 4 best ones that I thought people would like. My favorite was none of the 4 that I sent you. One was of a squirrel jumping in midair, and he was trying to run away from me, but I didn't show that one. But this flower caught my attention. I used the ZF with the 105 millimeter macro f2.8, and I shot it at about 1/500th of a shutter speed. I think the ISO is around 400. That's where I usually keep it. Sometimes I had it higher or something. And then I had the auto ISO. Okay. So anyway, I just loved the way this flower just opened up and the sunlight hit it and everything else was in the shade, basically. And,
yeah, you see that little penetration of light kind of like skirting across the middle of the flower.
But and then the next one.
I lost you. The next one. Here we go.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, I'm looking at it also.
Yeah, look at the detail.
Okay. Now, this is I think it's a carnation.
Yeah.
But I could be wrong. You can see it's starting to dry out. I was just amazed that the flowers were still going this late of the season. But they do a real great job in San Antonio on these flowers. And it was just immense. It was like, it's so huge that you get tired after walking. So I got there about 10 o'clock in the morning, and I left there about 2 p.m. in the afternoon, and I was dead tired. I went home and I just went to sleep. But here's another shot, and I believe this was 1/800th of a second. So this is the only one that the shutter speed that I had at high. But the wind was blowing, and I couldn't believe that how sharp and still the photograph is. I mean, that CF with the ibis.
Randall, just Chuck is taking off for everybody who wants to say goodnight to him. So, Chuck, have a good night. Thanks for stopping
Night,
in and seeing everybody. We appreciate it. Sorry, Randall. I just wanted people to know that he was leaving.
That's okay. That's fine.
You can keep on going.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So the IBIS is fantastic on the camera. I took about close to 900 shots. I whittled it down to 690. I used 3 lenses: the 105, the 28 millimeter, and the new Plena 135 millimeter.
Mm-hmm.
And you really have to back up with the Plena. But I try to get some close shots, see, and nothing could beat the 105. So that's why I chose these pictures. And
We'll go to your next one. Yeah, I love the color in that. Really pops.
So with this one right here, let's see, this is the 925. Yeah.
Right.
So what I like is the yellow bitty flowers against a purple background.
Mm.
And I was trying to get this bee, but he took off before I could get the camera set. You turn it on, it's on automatically. I just to save battery power. And I went through one battery. Well, I decided to take the battery out because I thought it's going to die. And I put in another battery and I took maybe 2 or 3 more shots and that was it. So one battery out of 960 shots were great. And I was really impressed with the camera.
The super ratings.
Yeah. But, this flower stood out and I thought it was one of my favorites also.
Yeah, so like you said, so much for those SEPA ratings that make you think that you can only take 300 shots and the battery's dead. That's not how it works.
No. I used the HEIF files, so JPEG HEIF, because I knew it had to be small in order to send it to you. I didn't want you to send over like a 10 megabyte file or anything like that. So I try to make them as small as possible. I did put some in DX mode, but the FX mode is the way to go. And
yeah, I think if you're in DX mode, you're basically down to a 9 megapixel camera at that point.
Right. Yeah.
If I remember right.
Which one of these was on with the Plena?
Oh, okay. None of them had the Plena. These 4 that I sent were with my favorite, the 105 macro.
Okay.
Yeah. And this one is at, I think, 1/500th of a shutter speed. It's just the auto ISO is like the different kelvins and stuff. But most of the time it performed well until I put on the 28 millimeter, which you could get a close-up of shots of, macro. But depending on the white balance, I got some that looked like a retro styled, where the yellows and green were very saturated.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, how did that happen? And then you have to redo your white balance and stuff. But I chose the 105 because it's my favorite ones. And I figured they were the 4 best pictures. I went through so many. I was even
up your last shot here. Now that you mentioned the 4th shot right here.
Yeah. So this one is, I believe, the 52. Yeah. 52. Okay. So what I like is I chose it because of the blurry background, and I love the stalks leading up to the different petals, and I thought it was fascinating, where you get a different type of background in different layers. So in back here is a tree. Well, actually, it's not a tree. It's a shaded area where the vines grow over and they're in bloom, and people can sit underneath it for the shade. In front of that is a hedge, and in front of that is, you'll see some of these green leaf plants, and then in front are these stalks. So I did like 4 different layers, and I thought this was a pretty cool pick. And I did.
I was waiting for you to send me the other 11 images because you said you were going to send me 15. So you only sent me 4. I'm like, oh,
yeah. Well, you said in the email that you had enough, so I didn't send them. But
okay. Well, you got a collection to send us for the next show.
Yeah. But anyway, I could show you a share real quick of one. I can go right here, and I'll just show you one where it's. Let's see. Okay, so this is the one I was talking to you about. You can see it, and I think okay. There you go. That was the squirrel I was talking about. And I couldn't believe he was moving pretty fast, and I was surprised that I could stay with him. And this is with the 105 millimeter, and there's 1/800th of a shutter speed, and it was a minus 1.7 exposure compensation. But that one, this shot right here, it just stayed with him. I guess I spooked him and he went up the tree. I didn't show the rest of the shots there. But I showed you that one. Here's another one I had. It's just beautiful pictures. And I showed you that one. This is a close-up of that one. Here's another one. I was debating to showing this one, but nah. And then there's one you saw. That's one you saw. Now here's the bigger one. I had a smaller one, but I said, I want to show up the whole screen. I love these right here. And then this was really interesting to me. So this is the retro style from the 28 millimeter. And so you can see the color a little bit off, but that is painted kind of like a reddish brown color of that, and that's true wood. I couldn't believe it. It's in amongst the cactus and the different type of plants in Texas. And here's some more. This was against a wall for an amphitheater where they have plays and stuff. And this is a 28 millimeter macro that I shot. So you can get real close with just a small compact lens using this camera. So that's into that. So anyway, I hope you enjoyed it. It's and this
sending in your images and then kind of like flipping through some extra ones here. It's good. and you know what? We don't even charge you for this. It's free advertising, man. You get free advertising, so that works out good. Now you got to sell these images there, Randall. Now you got to turn around and sell them.
Well, you see, that's the point is, a lot of people are not in photographs anymore. They're more into video. So, I did 4 videos, one where all of them were together. And then I did 3 separate ones of the different lenses that I used for each video. And I made a few mistakes where I mixed a couple of pictures in the wrong lens. But, I'm impressed. This is just a 26 megapixel camera, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah. 20.
Excellent. I mean, the IBIS was fantastic. I only had like 2 blurry shots. I did have a little overexposure when I was using the 28, but actually, I really enjoyed my time. I just love the pictures, and I can't put the camera down. I'm always going somewhere. Let me take more pictures. So,
well, for me, it's now something I have no qualms, and it's small enough. I could put it in the in the storage bin, you know, in between my front car seats, and I can have it with me when I'm driving around. If I see something interesting, I have a camera with me. You know, I haven't had that in a long time. So, you know, and I'm really enjoying it as well. And having, you know, a lot of older cameras anyway, very comfortable, you know, spinning the dials while I'm looking through the viewfinder to change settings. Now I can see, and I mentioned it in my video, that if you're not someone that likes vintage cameras and you've never used a vintage camera, then you might want to be a little cautious and wait till you can get your hands on one and make sure that it is something that you're going to want to use in its configuration. But for someone like myself who's shot with dozens and dozens of old cameras, I'm having a heyday with it. I mean, I'm having a great time.
So Jeff and Randall, you guys are using mostly the knobs, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, there's some. I tried the automatic. I tried the program, but it ended up in manual. I did have the auto ISO on. That was the only thing.
Yeah.
But I did use the shutter speed. I did use the exposure compensation a little bit, because some places were just too bright and I had to darken it a little bit. But on the overexposure, that really freaked me out. But I'm still learning. I'm not as good as you guys, but I try to do the best I can. I'm more video centric than photos, but I'm still trying to learn.
Yeah, your sub command dial, the one that's on the front of the camera, by default is well, period is that is the only way you can change your f-stop. So
Yeah.
that's always assigned to your f-stop. And then your rear dial is usually for menu items, but you can change your shutter speed dial and move it to a certain position. I think it says 1/3 step on it, if I remember off the top of my head.
Yeah.
I'm not looking at the camera. You put it in the 1/3 step mode, and then that automatically changes your rear dial so that you can adjust your shutter speed with the dial. So then it's like, you know, a Z6, 7, 8, or 9. You know, you got one dial doing your f-stops and one dial doing your shutter speed. So when and if you need to change those things quickly, which you might need to do if you're shooting sports or birds, then you might want to set it so that your shutter speed is on the rear dial. But I've usually I'm shooting. I've done both auto ISO and I've done where I've set the ISO manually. I've done it both ways. You know, I mean, when I'm doing the birds, I like the auto ISO, but if I'm doing stills, then I just set the ISO manually. And it's a very nice tool in the kit, as they say, but it's not for everybody. There's no doubt it's not for everybody, but I don't think anybody would be disappointed with it. Let me put it that way. I'm very pleased with it, and I'm a pretty picky person, so I do like it, and I think Mr. Stewart's enjoying his time with it, even though he puts an 800 on it, which I can forgive him for once in a while. And speaking of Mr. Stewart, David, if I'm going to make sure you're still here and I'm not talking to no one.
Yeah,
You're still here. Okay. I had to move my screen around to see who's here. And David, your pictures are next. So we're going to go to your pictures now and let you talk about them. Give me 1 second here to get everything set up at my end here. I got multiple screens set up here. So here's David's first image.
Oh.
Yeah, I shot this one with the Zulu Foxtrot. For all you people that don't know, that's a ZF. And this last Saturday night, I was in Vancouver for a photo walk with the Photo Club Vancouver, and these are some of the shots that I shot. This is with the Sigma 28 f1.4. It's an art lens, and it was fantastic. It's I shot this one on a tripod, but I did quite a bit of handheld too with it. You can tell which is which because I always drag the shutter speed with the tripod, but it's a good little rig, and it's great for portraits when you got the 800 on it. You don't have to get close, you know. Yeah, this is downtown Vancouver.
Here's David's second shot that complements this one or gets an image from a different angle.
This is from the other side.
From the other side, yeah.
And this one is handheld.
Like this one better, David.
Well, it's later on in the evening. The other one was just before sunset.
Yeah.
And what is bugging me is it's too hard to go below ISO 100. You know, you got to get into the menus and bugger around and all of that stuff. But you do what you do, you know. And like I like this one a lot better too. But you know, it's
I think you see more of the light, all the light illuminating the tinted areas. Adds a lot of pop to the image, and then the reflection of those colors in the water is great.
Exactly.
Too.
The balance of this one. The balance of this one.
And this was an hour later in the evening, and I find that the Zulu Foxtrot works really well half an hour or so before sunrise and or I should say sunset. But like you got about an hour in there where I can't quite get the shot that I want right around sunset, sunrise. And like after that, it is great. And what I'll have to do is for those instances, I'll have to drag out my 8 and suffer through it. You know, but
David, you got to drag out one of your 6 or 7 cameras. I mean, I feel for you, my friend.
Oh, I got to do an inventory again because I don't think I'm that low. I'm like you know. Except I use a lot of mine too. So.
Well, you use a lot of yours at the same time, which I don't do. I mean, I may carry 2 on me or whatever, but I'm not setting up 5 or 6 tripods at the same time with different cameras on them.
Mm-hmm.
Here's David's third submission.
And this one, I actually had my 24 to 120 on. And this was a long exposure. And this is the Vancouver Harbor.
I like how the light spills down off the light fixtures, you know, the beams of light coming down off the light fixtures is really cool.
This dock is for unloading containers. The ship is on the far side.
Yep. Yeah, I like that. And it's sharp as a tack, obviously, too. I mean, it's perfectly sharp.
Is that a barge in the front? You know, the lights, or is that?
Okay. In the immediate foreground is a dock for a ferry.
Oh, okay.
And then out a ways is the dock for the containers, and the ferry is not in this picture at the moment.
Okay.
But at this time of the day, it's in and out every 15 minutes.
Oh wow!
There's 4 ferries that go across, and depending on the time of the day, how many are working, and I think this time of the day there's 2, and you can probably put about 500 people in a ferry.
Yeah, I think in the notes here, what you sent me, you shot this at for 10 seconds.
Yeah.
10 seconds. 10 seconds, f10, ISO 200 with your 75 millimeter lens.
Different kind of night photography. for you, David.
Well, I like After Dark.
Exactly.
No,
You know,
David,
that first one I wasn't really happy with. But that's what I had with me, and that's what I used.
Yeah.
Because that Sigma lens only goes to f/16, which is a bit of a pain, and I didn't have anything to put in front of it, no filters. So, but anyway, that's the way she is.
what David doesn't like to say, that the reason he has the mustache and everything is he has to cover up. Since he likes the dark, is because he's got fangs in the front that he doesn't like to show anybody. He's a night person. Let's just put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're gonna skip from David, and hopefully Anita is still awake.
Yeah, she's still here. She buggered up her ankle tonight, but you should be able to hear her when she speaks.
All right, so we're gonna jump to Anita's shots here. She sent in, I believe, 3 images as well. Let me check if I'm right here. Yes, she sent in 3 images as well. So we will bring up Anita's first shot.
Ooh, nice.
And she said this was early fall or early morning fall colors in southern Alberta, Canadian Rockies in the background. And Z6II 24 to 70 f4 lens at 39 millimeters, 1/500th of a second at f10 ISO 800.
Very pastoral.
Yeah. Very pastoral. Yeah, that's a perfect word to use. I like that. Yeah. Pastoral.
The light was changing really fast that morning. There was a hole in the clouds between the horizon and up a little ways, and depending where the sun was, and because the sun moves pretty fast at sunrise, and like every 20 seconds it would be different.
Nice. I like that type of photo.
And then she sent in another one in comments, which is true. Yellow and orange are the main colors in the West. Red leaves are rare. The red leaves are New England. Same camera and lens on this next shot. And this was 24 millimeters, 1/320th of a second, f10 ISO 400.
Oh, nice.
Love the detail.
I like this even better.
Yep.
You know what's funny? What threw me is that it looks like a speed limit sign on the left-hand edge. See where it says 50? Did you notice that?
No, we cannot see it.
No, it's too small.
I can see it on my screen, and it has like 50 on it, but I can't read the words above it. But it looks like and I saw it, and I'm like, why do you have a speed limit sign on a body of water? On that body of water.
This is on the entrance to Waterton National Park.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So Anita, I like the balance of the sky and the pond and the reflection. So this is a very nice picture.
Yes, it is. Very good.
Like Greg, I see Greg Wilson was saying, it makes you like to be there and do a walk around.
It was definitely a good day for a walk around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
Nice.
Anita,
Early morning sun is really good. This would be about an hour after the one previous.
Exactly.
yeah.
Light.
Sometimes people don't stick around long enough, or even with sunsets, everybody says, oh, they sit there and they look at the schedule, and it says, oh, the sun's setting at 6:45, or whatever, and then 6:45 comes, they take their shots and they leave, and lots of times the best color could be an hour later, and they don't stick around, you know.
Like there's one place I like to take sunrises of downtown Calgary, and the best light is about 40 minutes before sunrise, because the light from in the sky is at the same intensity as the street lights and the building lights, so you get nice even light. You know?
Exactly.
And it lasts for 10 seconds. If you're not there, you missed it.
It's maximum 50.
And the good thing here, Anita, is that you got a good gray sky, correct? Sometimes here in the Rockies we get just a solid blue, and that morning you guys got a good sky.
Yeah, that's my problem down here. You get solid gray, solid white, solid blue.
Exactly.
Well, unfortunately, there's a lot of that here too. This just happened to be the right day.
Yeah. Well, it came out wonderful.
Yeah, when we started out, it was really foggy, and I got on Google Maps and had a look at the traffic, and I noticed that 5 kilometers away, the vehicles were going full speed. So we figured we'd get out and see what we could get, you know. So we're lucky to get this, you know. But if you don't get out, you don't get it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to be there. You got to show up. Now the last shot Anita sent in is one of my favorite birds, which is in Connecticut. It's also in South Carolina. Largest woodpecker in this part of the country is the pileated woodpecker, and she managed to find one. Wow. And they are, talk about a bird that could drill a hole real fast. You think your dentist does a good job? Hire this guy. You want to drill and fill. You hire this guy for that, man. And she took this with the F mount 80 to 400 at 400 millimeters on the Z8, 1/320th of a second, f7.1 ISO 1000. And she mentioned that she cropped it, which is absolutely fine. You usually have to. They're usually in the woods a little ways. Complaining that it's not as sharp as she would like, but I think it's plenty sharp. I mean, when you look at the red part of the head, and it's sharp. You know, eye looks sharp. The feathers around the eye look sharp, and yeah, I mean, they like to be in shaded areas, so it's hard to get. You don't often get them where they have perfect lighting on them, because that's just not their bag. You know, they like to be a little farther into the woods usually, and they're usually in the shade. So you just got that little bit of sun hitting the top of the head.
And they don't like to sit still for long.
No. I mean,
yeah. She would have used her 180 to 600, but she lent it to me.
So David, then you lie to me when you say, well, that's her lens and it's on your camera. Wait a minute, I don't understand.
Well, every once in a while, some of his land up on my cameras.
Okay, as long as the door swings both ways, that's all that matters.
Yeah, just be careful how you interpret that.
Yes.
Good capture, Anita, for
yes,
sure.
Yes.
Thank
Good
you.
job. Good job. And we appreciate you guys sending images in as always. So and glad that you're here to provide your narration as well. So thank you very much.
Just one interesting detail here, Jeff. You may not know, but I agree with you. The pileated woodpecker is wonderful species. They are not here in the West, correct? They go from mostly in the United States. They're mostly in the East.
Yeah.
But then in the northern part of the Americas, correct? And they extend all the way to the West, correct? But not in the, let's say, in California or in Colorado, Wyoming. You don't see this.
Yeah. And they're the largest ones in North America. So they're they're really good sized birds, and I was blessed. Probably, boy, I'm guessing it was 3 years ago. We had one where literally we were probably 30 feet away from where the babies, where they drilled the hole out in the tree, and they had their nest area in there, and the adults were flying in with grubs and whatnot and feeding the babies, and that was really, really cool. We were able to get pictures with the young sticking their heads out of the hole, out of the tree, and waiting for mom or dad to bring them some food, and only had that opportunity once. At one point in time, that's it. I mean, it has not come back to the same area since, but it was a privilege to have get some of those shots.
That's a good assignment. A good assignment there for David and Anita to find a nest of these guys, correct? So,
well,
yeah.
I've got a picture that it took 7 years ago of 4 of them, and there'd be 2 parents and 2 young after the young had fledged. That they were out all looking for food together.
Oh, wow.
But that's the only time I've seen more than 2. There's one other time I've seen 2. But you don't see them in southern Alberta. You've got to go almost up to Edmonton and north to see anybody, to see them. It all has to do with the mix of trees down here.
exactly.
Yeah.
But thanks again, guys. Appreciate it. Now the next images are from someone who's usually with us tonight. So we shout out to Mr. Roy Bixby, who I know is in the chat, and unfortunately is shy tonight. I guess doesn't want to be on the panel, but but we appreciate Roy being in the chat and have some pictures that I'm assuming, I don't know his wife's full name. I mean, the first 2 pictures are from Stella Bixby. I don't know if that's his wife or one of his children. He can maybe elaborate on that if he wishes to in the chat. But first 2 pictures are from Stella, and he worded it. He I think he must have talked to Z-Wade because he just called it pigeons. He says his wife is Stella. So do you occasionally shout from the rooftop, Stella?
But nice image, Roy, for sure.
These are Stella's versions of Australian pigeons.
Yeah, but the birds are upside down.
They're confused. They're confused.
Oh yeah, that's right. They're down in Australia.
They're down under, so they had to look down.
Yeah.
Of course, they're eyeballing each other. The way their heads are almost at the same distance from the bottom. So they're looking at each other getting the food.
Oh. Quite the colors.
Yes, the colors are phenomenal, aren't they? Man, I don't see anything like that where I am. You got the painted bunting down here that has some nice colors, but of course, much smaller bird than these guys.
And certainly, Jeff, not as I mean, these are rowdy and they are big groups, so definitely fantastic.
Yeah. So the next image she sent in was this was titled cockatoo pigeons. and Roy leaves out the dog dish with water for them too. I see the dog dish in the background.
Wow. Fantastic.
But yeah, that's
we're going to call Roy and his friends. correct?
And he's the one that complaining about the noise from all the birds. I
Exactly.
wonder why. Well,
Somebody feeding the birds, correct?
it's definitely not us.
Yeah.
Yeah, they come where the food is, so we will leave it at that. The next two images are from Roy, or that he took, and this one I love the look of this bee. I mean, the hairs on this bee look so smooth. I mean, I don't know if he did something, Roy, if you did something special in post or whatever, but that bee is so pretty. I mean, the wings and the behind the head. I mean, the hairs behind the head. I mean, they're just. I mean, that's what struck me as soon as I saw this image was it's all about the bee, man. I don't know what kind of flower that is. I know Jeff and Leslie would know. I'm sure Roy knows too. But this image of that bee is perfect. Perfect.
Yeah, that flower looks like a brush that you use for cleaning your wine bottles before you fill them back up.
Yeah. or cleaning in between the spokes of your wheels on your car.
Mhm. A bottle brush.
Wonderful shot, Roy. And then Greg is saying he used a beauty filter. Lots of laughs.
Can you zoom in at all with these, Jeff?
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, that's so much better.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
I should have said that a long time ago. Yeah.
Isn't that bee like incredible? It almost looks it looks so good. It almost looks fake. It's so perfect, you know.
Well, it looks like he's wearing something like a hood or something, something round. But that's his head, right?
Yeah, it's his head. Yeah.
It looks like he's wearing a collar. Is what I'm looking at.
It's one of Roy's trained bees. He said he had to take a dozen pictures to get it.
It looks like a Joe Stroud bee, with the pumpkin on the head, whatever.
Yeah.
Got the big head on the bee.
Yeah, this is great. I love this. It's so good.
Bet you that bee can take a big bite out of you.
So then, thinking now that you said something taking a big bite out of you, that leads us right into. See, you led me right into his last shot by saying something that could take a big bite out of you, or I don't know if it would be a big bite, but I wouldn't want it to bite me anyway. And that's this guy. That's this guy.
Oh.
He went to reach for his wallet and phone, and
I'd be like, keep the wallet, it's yours. Keep the phone, it's yours. I ain't fighting you. I'm not fighting you for it. You can have
it. Just leave the credit cards.
So he called it Spider making a phone call. I think that the Spider at that point is calling 911 for Roy.
Yeah.
That's like
it's probably a female, and it's saying more money, honey.
Yeah. Going on PayPal or whatever, buying stuff.
Cool.
Yeah, that you know what? Talk about bugs that are big, insects that are big. Oh my goodness. Everything in Australia is large and wants to kill you. Greg says the spider's doing a selfie. He says females are much bigger, so this is the male.
Yeah.
Well, the male is big enough.
Wow.
The female. So then the female would say, "Well, don't you have the ultra size version of this phone? Where's this phone's too small for me."
Mm-hmm.
I would have a flamethrower in each room.
Oh man. Yeah. This is like the start of a horror movie, you know. You start with the spider, and then you go to the pumpkin head characters that Joe had in his shots.
Well, Tim, what you want is a carbon dioxide fire extinguisher, so then you can freeze it as soon as you know.
I don't want to freeze it. Then it could thaw.
Well, you can freeze it, and then if you step on it, then it's pretty dead. Yep.
Well, thanks a lot, Roy and Stella. We appreciate you sending the images in. Roy, we miss you not being on the panel tonight. Hope everything's okay. You could keep your spiders, though. Keep your spiders to yourself. don't send me any spiders for Christmas, please. The next photo, we had one photo sent in from Martin Hild. Photo of a pika, and he took it beautiful shot. He says he took it last year close to Lewis Falls between Grand Teton National Park and Yellowstone National Park, using the Z9 with the 800 PF. He says it's a perfect combination for this size subject. Minimum processing but cropped. So the Z9 with the 800 PF. 1/640th of a second at f6.3, wide open, ISO 1000. Now, beautiful. What is this? What is because of your travel and where you live, Gustavo? You probably see these critters all the time. Are they like related to hamsters or what's the family tree for this critter? I mean, is it considered a
more like they're more related to rabbits, but they are separate from rabbits.
Okay.
Yeah, they are high altitude rodents. Right? They actually half of their life. They even go higher than the marmots. Correct? They live in where there is these slides with a lot of rocks. Correct? So they actually collect. A lot of, I mean, David probably has seen them as well. They collect a lot of grasses and preserve them because they do not hibernate. They actually live under the rocks through the winter, but they have to collect big piles of plant material to survive during the winter. So I actually like to photograph these guys a lot. This year didn't have too much of a luck, but great capture. They are so photogenic, right?
Yeah.
Actually, pikas, for the people here, a little bit of tribe, Pikachu, correct? Those they are in Pokemon. They actually are based on these animals. The Japanese version of this. This is an American pika. Okay. So Pikachu comes inspired on this one.
When I first saw this, I'm thinking, what looks something like this? And I don't know why I thought of the guinea pig.
Yeah, but it's more related to rabbits. Although guinea pigs are also rodents, right? So but they are beautiful. They are actually beautiful. One of my favorite subjects, but not easy to get.
No. So Martin, great job.
Indeed.
So this was the only image he sent in. So Martin, if you're going to send in an image this nice, I would appreciate you sending in 4 next time that are this nice. Great job.
Martin is in Germany, correct? So he's I had to travel here to get these pictures.
Yeah. He says he does a lot of traveling. I think he said to me that he's actually coming to the States in April. He's actually going to be in Wilmington, North Carolina, and then he's going to come to the Myrtle Beach area. So I might actually get to take him out on a shoot. We're going to try to tag up when he comes down here next year.
Fantastic. So
that would be great. I'd love to meet him and his wife and go and shoot with them for the day and take them to a few spots. So the next images, of which we have, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 images from our friend Scuba Razzi, who always takes very, very interesting photographs that are very time consuming. And he's kind enough to always tell me a very definitive story about every image. So we're going to bring up his first image, and I'll share his information. And I see that he is, or hopefully still in the chat. Hopefully,
Yeah, he's still here.
okay. So his first image, he says he titled it "There is Someone Watching You," or I would say "The Eyes Have It" would be my title would be "The Eyes Have It." And so he says, let the community guess what they can see on the picture. Maybe you need to zoom in, so we can zoom in. Oh, that was zoomed in. Get back here. Get back here.
Number 50.
There we go. There we go. So he, let me get I hate how my mouse goes between my laptop and my desktop.
Yeah.
I go, where's the pointer? And it's on my laptop, and it's like, So he says, picture was taken in Bali a few years ago, similar to the picture of the fish spawn that he sent in last month. These are eggs of clownfish, also known as Nemos, Finding Nemo. These eggs are already a few days old. That's why you can see the eyes of the future Nemos and even their orange bodies in the making. Photos like this are a little stressful for the parents. If you think that sharks are dangerous, you did never meet future clownfish parents before. Mama did bite him in the finger, and he even bled a little bit. He says also something that my underwater pictures might show is that you do not need the latest and greatest and most expensive gear to take such a photo. A point and shoot camera with some accessories can do a lot. He took this with a Canon PowerShot S120 at 1/800th of a second, f6.3 ISO 100. So there you go. You don't have to have $10,000 worth of underwater gear to get an interesting picture.
Wow.
Really cool. The eyes have it. Now his
they haven't hatched yet, but
no,
you can see a lot of their body.
Yeah.
When you look now that you explain it, you can see that there are two eyes and then a little body as well.
Yeah.
He said they're just 2 days old. The eggs.
Yeah, a few days old. Yeah. So that's
Good job.
Very good job as always. His next shot that he sent in, because he likes to be very creative, much like Joe Stroud does. His next image is, here we go with my stupid mouse again. Come on. This is a monastery in a snow globe with global warming. He says this is the monastery where the monastery kestrels breed, and he did share images of the kestrels on one of the photo shows. So he took a glass ball and did some focus stacked long time exposures. Then he merged 30 pictures in Photoshop. He had to stack the images to have the monastery in the glass ball and in the background sharp. Took it with the Nikon Z8 with the Z14 to 30 millimeter f4. Obviously 30 shots, 6 seconds at f7.1 ISO 100. The effort he had to put in to get this is like crazy. I mean, a lot of like the effort David's got to put into his shots, doing all the long exposure shooting that he does and everything,
Well,
But,
my stuff is easy compared to this.
Exactly.
yeah, I mean, this is really cool. Always a surprise with what he sends in, I'll tell you that. And he doesn't, and everyone just surprises you more than the other, when he sends them into me. The next shot he sent in is titled "The Fire Portal to the Past." and you'll get that impression right away.
Oh, wow.
So the same day that he did the last picture that we saw, he played around with some fire, tried not to burn down the 796-year-old monastery. This is one of his recent long exposure pictures. The spark effect was done with burning steel wool that burns thanks to the fast movement. Says we did even some pictures with lightsabers. That looked also cool, but he liked the fire portal picture the most. So that's what he sent in. Says the monastery is a very nice place to take some pictures. Besides of the very impressive buildings, it also has a very nice and well-maintained park and garden. So he took this with the Z50 with the 16 to 50 millimeter DX kit lens, 20 seconds at f7.1 ISO 100, and I emailed him back when he sent me these images that he sent in, and I said this makes me think of the Doctor Strange character in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, where he spins his hand around and opens up a portal and has that same ring effect. So very, very neat. Very neat.
We used to have a church that was an hour west of Calgary, and one night some photographers were doing this and they burnt the church down.
Oh,
It was 100 and some year old church. It was,
wow.
But anyway.
Yeah, I don't think their insurance covers this.
No, I was out there years before that fire, and when we were out taking pictures. But I spent my time taking pictures as the photographers taking pictures, because that was more fun. The antics that they were going through to get some of this stuff.
Now his last image that he sent in is of course is going to hit a tug at me because of what I've been taking pictures of for the last 6 years. This is just really neat. He titled this "Taking a Family Picture." So this is takes a picture of of Falcon Lena taking a picture of her nephew Timmy. He says it was a lot of fun taking this picture. Lena's doing everything for a little bribe on the tilty screen. And he says photographers do not need flippy screens. Real photographers do not need flippy screens. He says Timmy was also happy because he got a snack too. It took a few tries from the falconer to motivate Lena to pose the right way, but Lena is a very experienced model. And the falconer is always joking that there are more pictures of her than Claudia Schiffer.
So he also proved that with creativity, you don't need AI, correct?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, is this why we now have bird autofocus, because the birds are taking the picture?
Exactly.
I don't know. Maybe that's why we needed the bird autofocus.
Wow. That's
So the question is, what kind of camera was in the picture?
Well, he says it's a Z8 with a Sigma 70 to 200 f2.8 sport version, F mount, 1/2500th of a second at f4 ISO 160. And,
yeah, but that's what he used to take the picture. But what is the bird using?
Yeah.
The bird, well, it's still a Nikon, but I can't. I don't know. He's in the chat. He'll have to answer that question. What camera is the Falcon using to take this picture with? Now he had mentioned, on a previous stream, that he did have a YouTube channel. So I'm going to share that with everybody so that you could check out his YouTube channel. So give me a second to find it. I know I put it in here. Boom. Put it on the screen here, folks. So if you want to check out his channel, there you go. And what I'd like to do actually is I know that we have, Jeff and Leslie have a channel. I go to them. I mean, Greg Wilson's got a channel. Is when you guys send me the next time we have the photo review, which we're not, we're doing this one today instead of November 4th because the next 2 weeks we won't be doing a show. But the next live stream we do will be on December 2nd. So if Greg, if you send in images, Jeff and Leslie, you send in images. Anybody that has a YouTube channel, send me in your link to your YouTube channel, and I will put it up on the screen so people can make note of it, write it down, or go back to the video and look it up after the fact or what have you. So I feel strongly, as did Chuck, that we need to support each other. Small characters in the YouTube world need to support each other. We don't even make the medium-sized bucks. We basically spend money and make none. So we need to support each other, and I think that's important. So for everyone else out there that comes in the chat or watches the chat later on, send me your YouTube channel information, and I will share it on a future live stream. So I will leave that up for a few more seconds for everybody to write down.
But it also shows the dedication that people take to make these pictures, correct? Especially Kuarasi here working with the Kestrel, correct? It's not like you show up one time and you get all these pictures of Kestrel, correct?
No, I mean, I think that for the inexperienced photographer or someone who doesn't even take pictures but likes looking at pictures or uses their phone all the time to take pictures, which is fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Is when they see a lot of these images, some would look at this image and I bet you a lot of people would say that there's no way that happened in real life. That's a Photoshop job, multiple layers, that he didn't get that shot. That's what a lot of people would say.
Exactly.
And then for other shooting scenarios, too many people just say, oh, I could get that shot, no problem. And the truth is they won't be able to. They just say that. They think they can get it with their phone. I don't know how many people that I see a half hour before sunrise trying to take pictures of a bird with their iPhone that's about 50 feet away from them with their flash going off, and they actually think they're going to get a picture. Just blows me away. Absolutely blows me away. But Scuba Ozzy, once again, great images. Thank you so much for for sending the stuff in. We appreciate it, and hopefully people will go and check out your channel. I know when I get a minute where I can do so, I will look forward to checking out your YouTube channel.
Well, I just subscribed, so
yeah, me too.
So the next images that I have in the strip here would have been the ones that we already showed that Joe Man's Land took. So I will skip ahead beyond him. We're getting near the end of the photos here, and actually, let me see who's still with us. Tim is still with us. So Tim, these photos are yours coming up next. So I'll let you talk about them. Give me a second to bring up your first image. And this one scared me. I saw this. I don't want to get fresh. I was going to say I almost soiled myself, but yeah, this kind of made me jump a little bit.
Yeah. So these were taken in Borrego Springs Desert, which is northeast of San Diego. And I think there's about 150 or close to 150 of these sculptures just scattered throughout the desert, and they were niche. I don't know if they all were commission works, but I know at one point someone who owned a lot of land there had a sculptor commission them to do a lot of these artworks, and I don't know if all 130 or so have been commissioned by him, or if it's something that maybe the park took over and added to. But the reason I went there was to do Astro, and this sculpture right here is probably the most popular one. So I wasn't at this site at night because I really wanted to do this at night. With either the Milky Way behind it or Star Trails or something like that. But unfortunately, there's too many people there. So I ended up going to some other ones. But I really like this one because it's you can see it continues across the road even.
Exactly. It's a big circle.
But when I took this shot during the day, it was probably about 125 degrees when I took it. I would have much rather been at that location at night when it was cooler, but just so you can see the sun was pretty harsh, but I wanted to get a photo of it.
No, that's cool. I mean, I certainly wouldn't think that something like this would be out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, well, there's about 130 of them out in the middle of nowhere.
Does this one breathe fire?
It doesn't, but if you look really closely, there's a bunch of rocks in there. People throw rocks in its mouth. So it doesn't breathe fire, but maybe it spits rocks.
Spits rocks. So this is your second image that you sent me.
Yep, this is not far from there. This is east of the desert. This is the Salton Sea. And I just thought this was cool. They've got these hay bales that just go for miles and miles and miles. And it's hard to read, but it's like a renourishment project that they're doing. But the Salton Sea it's a dead sea. It's very polluted. It smells horrible there. Everything around there is kind of like a ghost town.
Beautiful.
Then
but you can see, unfortunately, here we get no clouds in the sky, so all these are just going to be bright blue skies.
Yeah. This is
just a building in Salton Sea area. I thought it had a really cool mural on it.
Beautiful. Like it.
Mm-hmm.
I've got so many photos from this area. If anyone is familiar with the game Grand Theft Auto 5, Sandy Shores, which is an area in the game, is modeled after the Salton Sea area. So there's a lot of abandoned properties, abandoned trailer parks, and things like that. And just if you've ever played the game, you go there and you just you can see a lot of the buildings that are in the game in person. It's kind of neat.
So is that building a church or something? Because it looks like it's a cross on the left hand side, but then it has a signage and looks like the letter M. I don't know if that was a motel.
Yeah, it was like the side of a little strip mall.
Okay,
That's probably a power pole.
could be. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Interesting.
And those locations, they allow for a lot of things, correct? I mean, this type of thing, you can take this picture, Tim, but you can go and take a close up of the lady in the middle, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a lot of exploration that can be done in this type of situation here.
Yeah, I think everything I sent Jeff was shot with the 14 to 24. Most of them are at 14.
Mm-hmm.
Here's his next shot.
Ooh.
Again, I mean, it's just abandoned building, Salton Sea area. I put a flash inside just so I could illuminate the inside a little bit.
Okay. Oh, that's cool. So that the illumination inside is not natural. You just use a.
Yeah, I had a 8200 Pro with me, so I just put that inside and lighten it up a little bit because it was really bright out. So
it really works.
Yeah. I like that too. Dead palm tree though, that ain't good. Not enough water out there.
Not enough good water out there.
Yeah. Well, here's Tim's last image that he sent me. I like this. I like the roots.
So,
the roots.
yeah, this was kind of cool. This is just such a contrast. We were driving almost parallel with the Salton Sea, which you can sort of see it in the distance. And this was just an old tree that's somehow still surviving. And to the left of it, for miles, there were just palm tree farms. So you've got this really, really lush environment that goes on for miles. And before that, it's just nothing but.
And probably water with underground water, correct? For those.
Yeah.
Wow, no, it's a nice contrast there. It tells a story, Tim. Love this one. Actually, for me, this is my favorite of this series.
Yeah, I like this one too.
Yeah, you got what looks like, death on the right hand side, and then you got the luscious palm trees on the left hand side.
It almost looks Photoshop, like I just grabbed those palm trees from somewhere else and just.
So this is 24, the 14 to 24.
Yep.
And so that's what Tim sent in. So thanks a lot, Tim.
Yep.
And then we're down to the last 5 images, which you have to suffer through because these are mine. So we're going to go through these real fast. We don't want to put you to sleep. Gustavo's miraculously stayed awake this long, so I give him credit. Gustavo, you're gonna feel as crappy in the morning as I do after doing this show.
Exactly.
Like it.
Solidarity.
It's not a good feeling. So this one is let me find my notes. This is, and Jeff and Leslie, if we're here, they'd probably correct me and say I got their name wrong, but I tried to actually look it up and see what it was, and it looks like it's a mountain daisy. This was with the Z9, and this was with the 800 PF at 1/125th of a second, f6.3, ISO 800. So this was probably at Brook Green Gardens, and I mean, here you go. This isn't a 24-to-120 or a macro lens, and you got good separation. And I think what I liked here was the little bits of pollen that are on the white petals. I kind of got a kick out of that, and the pattern in the middle, which if you look at it for more than 5 seconds, you start to get dizzy. But
no, but Jeff, you I mean, a good point here, correct? I mean, you use the lens that bring you the composition you want. You try this lens with a macro, you may not get the background that you want because you take a different perspective. So I think that's what we forget sometimes, correct? That you use the tool to achieve a certain look, correct? And
yeah, if you had a macro lens on this, the yellow part of the flower would probably be sharp, and then the white petals would be, especially the ones on the petals in the background, would definitely all be out of focus.
And you may not be able to get that background, correct?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, the lesson is don't be afraid to try any lens in every situation, because you're gonna be learning as you're gonna be learning. Use a lens that normally people would say you don't use that kind of lens for this.
Exactly.
I look at that kind of stuff as a challenge, just like putting a 500 PF on the ZF. Everybody's gonna say, "What the heck are you doing that for? That camera's not meant for that lens." It's like, who says? You say it's not. I don't say it's not. I mean, I'm gonna try a lot of lenses on that. I put on an old. Trying to think of it was what lens it was. I think it was I was helping somebody out that asked a question, and it required me to put on an old manual focus lens on the ZF today, and I think it was an old 135 millimeter f3.5 AI lens that I put on with the FTZ adapter, and I was playing with that, and I really liked what I took some pictures with it off my porch, and they're like, lens was, that's not the best particular lens in that focal length range, but it took a very nice looking image. Manual focus lens on the FTZ with the ZF, and I'm gonna try. I got not a lot. I got a handful of old Nikon glass that I'm gonna experiment with on that camera, and see how it comes out. But I mean, every day is just learning and trying and experimenting, and don't be afraid to experiment. I mean, that's probably the biggest lesson here. Don't be afraid to experiment. So my next image, which is more of what people are probably used to seeing, this is the not as colorful kingfisher that we have down here in South Carolina, and this is the female.
Belted.
It's a double-breasted kingfisher, but you don't have the brown underneath the neckline. Below the blue, you normally have brown, but not. That's the difference between the male and the female. And so this was also with the all my shots are with the 800 PF. This is on the Z9, of course, with 1/640th of a second, f8, ISO 2000. And we almost didn't get a picture of this bird. The story behind this was there was another photographer, and we were taking a picture of I think of a great egret that was on a branch higher up. And we took a bunch of pictures of that great egret, and we didn't even notice this fella. And we were starting to walk away, and the other photographer said, "Don't you see the kingfisher? Look a bit lower." And we're like, "Oh my God!" I mean, we were probably 15 feet away. 15 feet away. And
well, and then Jeff, the background was perfect, and the perch, right? So it's a good combination of situation here with the bird, the background, the perch. So you don't get that every day, correct? That you have all these elements. So beautiful.
I've never ever gotten this close to a kingfisher, and the bird sat on that log, that branch, for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. They never stay in one place for 15 minutes.
Exactly.
You're lucky if they stay someplace for 1.5 seconds. I mean, 15 minutes in one place. It was like, I won't tell you how many shots I got of this kingfisher. This is the one I picked because it decided to open its mouth, and you can kind of see its tongue sticking out a little bit from under the top part of the bill. Yeah, I mean, this was such a treat. I mean, and I could shoot another 5 years in this area and maybe never get this close to this particular bird. I mean, it's very, very rare. So that's shot number 2. And then we'll move on to the next one. Got very lucky this day. A peregrine falcon. And this is with the 800 PF as well, 1/1000th of a second at f8 ISO 320. And now some people are probably saying, well, I mean, obviously the ISO's low, it's ISO 320. I could have shot it at a lot slower of a shutter speed, but I don't always do that because you never know if a larger bird like an eagle or something is going to come in and try to chase this bird away. So I tend to use a little bit higher shutter speed so that if a competitor or something that might actually go after this bird gets in the frame, I got at least a 50-50 shot that's not going to be blurry, that it's going to be sharp enough. So yeah, I could have shot this at probably 1/25th of a second and knock the ISO super low. But ISO 320. I mean that on a modern camera, that's nothing to worry about.
That's low. Yeah.
So then I got 2 more here to show, and this was actually the only decent shot I ever got of a peregrine falcon. Was on this day. Normally horrible lighting, way too far away, yada yada yada. So I was fortunate, and like you guys are saying, you got to be there, right? If you're not there, you ain't gonna get the shot. You got to be there. And so the next shot I took was an old rusty Dodge truck, and I decided to convert it to black and white. And this was this was with the 800 as well. Obviously, I was standing pretty far away shooting this.
Wow.
1/640th of a second, wide open, f6.3, ISO 125. And I don't remember what black and white preset I used. I think it's called the Punch. It gives you a little extra, makes the blacks a little bit blacker, gives you a little bit more contrast between the lighter elements and the darker elements. And sometimes I like to use that preset, but I thought it was a little different.
Give you that crunchy look.
The crunchy look. Yeah, you look at this and you say, "Nah, I don't think I would buy it and try to restore this one." This one might be a little too much work. Yeah, Roy is saying I need to look after my car. Yeah, this was my best vehicle in my driveway. You can see the 4x4, the 6x6 underneath holding it up. And the last image, story behind this last image is it was. I tell people that photography is a lot like golf. Okay, with golf, you could be. Most of us are not very good golfers. I know when I did, I was not very good. And if you got a birdie when you were playing golf, just one birdie, that's what would bring you back to play the next week. You could have had an 8 on another hole or a 13 on another hole, but because you had that one birdie, you said, "Oh, I could do better next time," and you would go back and play golf again. Well, nature photography, bird photography is the same way. You could be having a crummy day, and all it takes is that one birdie. So literally walking down a road, my friend Bob and I walking down to go back to our cars to leave, and to my left, looking into the sun, I said, "Gee, is that a what?" And then I'll go, and Bob says, "Oh, it's backlit too much. I don't think it'll be very good." And I pick my camera up, I look at it, and I go, "No, it's going to look just fine, believe it or not." And so I got it when it was flying off. I mean, I got pictures of it on the dead tree with the fish in its claw, and but I really liked. With the backlighting, obviously, yeah, sometimes it could be out of control, and there's no way that you can not have the white feathers blown out. But here, you get that nice illumination with the wings spread out like it is, and I really liked it. I said, yeah, that was once again, just being observant as you're walking back to your car and looking through the woods. You never know, you might find an owl. Or it could be an owl that you find, or a woodpecker, a pileated woodpecker, or whatever. And sometimes you find an osprey with a fish, and then you say, okay, the day was pretty crappy until now. Now it's like, yeah, that was worth waking up at, getting here at 6:30 in the morning. That was worth it. And that's the life of a wildlife photographer, right?
Exactly. No, very good.
But that is it for our photo review. But I will do what we always do, and I will go back to the beginning, and we will go through these images quickly for those that came in late, so you get to see all these images. And we had what did I say we had, Gustavo? 68, I think it was 68.
That's what you mentioned.
And so we're going to go through them quick. And it's midnight, so I'm actually surprised that we went through this many images in 3 hours. But let's just we will go through them here, spend like 3 or 5 seconds on each shot, and just move through them. I should be playing some background music. You got any background music? And gee, I wonder who took this one.
Just sing for us.
No, I'm not going to sing. My voice is getting a little crackly.
Hey, you sang last Christmas.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do it this year, though. I think everybody was a little bit too kind in their commentary when I did that video. Isn't it amazing though what we get for images from everybody when we do this show once a month? I mean, it's really.
Yeah, I like the theme that you picked, Jeff.
The theme, yeah. I don't pick themes.
Well, that's what I mean. I like it.
Yeah. It's too bad that the hurricane took out this pier.
Fantastic.
For an awful lot of these buildings, you got to shoot them when you can, because you don't know if how long they're going to be there.
Yeah. Well, we all get in the habit. At least I'll just speak for myself. I get in the habit sometimes, and I'll see a shot, and every once in a while, I kind of get stupid, and I'll say, "Oh, I'll get that another day." But you assume that it's going to be there another day, like you said. Sometimes that other day never happens, and all of a sudden that what you saw is not there anymore.
Yeah.
But I appreciate everybody that participated and sent in images and, sent me all the information about the images. And Joe was the only one that picked the Halloween theme, which was greatly appreciated. I don't really. I mean, I got some autumn shots of carriages full of pumpkins and that kind of stuff, but I didn't have anybody in costume.
being in black and white really works too.
Yeah. Yeah, Randall's shots here. Yeah, I think I know who took these pictures. We're gonna call you the 800 man. 800 man. Somebody actually called me out on my video and said, "How come that I didn't say ZF and I said ZF?" And I'm going by the alpha. I'm just going by the characters that are on the body of the camera. You know, it doesn't say ZED; it just says ZF, so I call it ZF. But somebody called me out and said, "Should be ZF."
Well, just call it the Zulu Foxtrot.
Yeah.
Yeah, Anita did check that sign and said maximum 50.
It's probably underneath snow right now.
Yeah.
Wow.
I wish I had birds that looked like that around where I am.
Yeah, but if you did, they'd be just another bird after a while.
And I guess the bees look prettier in Australia as well. Spiders, though, I could do without that. That spider almost looks like the outline of the legs, with like the white outline on the legs. It makes you think that it's like something that got put in there afterwards,
Well, I was thinking that until you start looking on the left-hand side and you see the shadows under the legs.
Yeah.
That's an awful lot of work to do that.
Yeah. But it looks like something out of a sci-fi movie.
Yeah.
Invasion of the phone the spider pickpocketers.
But I'm surprised at how many pictures that the 800 was used for in this go around.
Yeah.
And you can put the Zulu Foxtrot on your 800 and put it in the case and close the case, and it fits.
Wow.
Yeah. It's that, the case is that big and the camera is that small. And so that the day, I guess it was the second day that I had it, that's how I was using my 800. I would put back in the case with the camera on it.
I'm getting hungry.
I'm going to have to get the address from Joe.
Yeah.
It's not far from here.
I just get such a kick out of looking at the cars in the middle. They look like little dinky little HO cars,
Yeah, I like those.
Yeah, I saw that. I said, snow. I said, I don't want to look at snow. You go from snow to desert.
What's the idea of the bales? Is that to collect the heavy metals, or do you know, Tim?
Some sort of beach renourishment program. I'm not quite sure. The sign didn't say too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, kingfishers are hard to find, even these falcons. Wow.
And that's it, folks. That is it. So, like I said, everybody should pat themselves on the back for their for their efforts.
Well, thank you very much, Jeff.
And we will, let me get to unshare here, and so I can get back to a normal screen. And there we
It's
go.
certainly
That's a scary shot. I'm there. What's supposed to be in the middle there? All of a sudden, I don't know.
but certainly it's inspirational to see the variety of images and themes that everybody is contributing to these reviews.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's and everybody, and what I like about just being generic and not picking themes is that you're getting what everybody feels the most comfortable with sharing too. You're not saying, okay, this week is insect week, and then people are like, oh, I never shot an insect before, and then they go, I'm not going to do that, and then you don't end up with that many pictures, or they're doing something that they haven't done before, and they send it in, and they're like, please don't criticize me, I never shot an insect before. I'd rather let people share what they're good at, what they feel comfortable with, and I think it's worked out well. And every month we get a lesson in photography from everyone that sends in their images. I think it's great. But let's see if I have any other news in the docket here. Let me go back in. Something that someone, I didn't notice that a person had made a comment on my video, and I put in my own comment on my own video, clarifying that on the ZF that the threaded hole on the shutter release is just for the AR-11 soft shutter release button, not for a cable release, because many of us thought that they were going to come out with an old style cable release to screw into the threads, and that is not the case, which is unfortunate. It would have been kind of a nice retro touch if they allowed that to happen, but it's not what it's for. And you do not have to buy the $25-ish or whatever. It's pretty expensive, the AR-11 soft shutter release button. You could find some on Amazon that would fit for like $8. Any $8 to $14, so you don't necessarily have to buy the one from Nikon. Now you're only, and unfortunately, if you're like, with David taking long exposure shots, your camera's on a tripod, your only shutter release choice, you have two, but I'm really going to say you really have one. You can buy the Bluetooth remote control, which is the Nikon part number ML-L7 for $49.95, and that syncs through the Bluetooth in the camera, and they sync with each other, and you can activate your shutter with that remote. Your other choice, which is a more expensive option and is more something that is geared towards the videographers, is you buy the MC-N10, which I know I'm pretty sure Randall bought that, and that's somewhere I think in the $400 range. So if you're doing mostly stills, just spend the $49.95. If you're doing video, yeah, that other, basically like a third of your camera body that you're paying for, comes in very handy doing video. So that's what that is more attuned to. Let's see. Other. I won't word this as saying this is informative. This is just kind of like I'm kind of saying it as a joke, I guess. Tony and Chelsea, everybody's favorite YouTube content creators, are trying to predict what cameras might come out for the 2024 Summer Olympics. And they're referencing the Sony A9 III, which is presumably coming out in November. Canon R1, which who knows when that's actually coming out. and the Nikon Z1. So I don't know where they're getting information about a Nikon Z1, and they put a video to talk about that. But since I don't partake in that particular channel, I'll leave it up to you guys to tell me if it's good or bad, because I don't personally indulge in their content. Jim, real Nikon lover, who is very communicates with me quite often via email, and we just kind of chat back and forth. So he sent me an email that had one-liners on it about old age, different comedian, one-liner comments. So I asked him, I says, you have a problem if I share some of these old timer one-liner jokes, on the live stream? And he says, well, I didn't, it's open source material. It's not anything that he created. He says, yeah, go right ahead. So I'm going to, when I look at the demographics of my channel, I'm not a big analytic guy. Like some people spend, 30 hours a week trying to outsmart YouTube and figure out how they can become millionaires, which isn't going to happen for 99.99% of us. And but I did go into demographics one time out of curiosity, and it'll tell you, how many people that watch your videos are female, how many are male, how many, what the age groups are, break it down. So obviously I'm in the 50 plus crowd. So any of these old timer jokes kind of fit all of us, because I draw the 50 plus crowd. I don't have youngsters that come on, and other than Joey Hubbard is probably the only young guy that actually comes on and shares anything with us. So a few of the jokes is that I picked only like 3 or 4 of them. I'm so old that my blood type is discontinued.
That's good.
And that was from Bill Dane. And then this was from Phyllis Diller. She says, I'm at that age where my back goes out more than I do. And then George Burns had a good one. He says, you're getting old when you stoop to tie your shoelaces and wonder what else you could do while you're down there. and then I thought of an add-on to that, adding to that last joke. I'd say, you're old when all your shoes have Velcro, or you just wear slippers everywhere. But yeah, so I got enough from Jim that probably for the next 4 or 5 live streams, we'll have 2 or 3 one-liners to throw out there for all us old folks to enjoy. If there is anybody young out there watching, I apologize for clumping you in with us old fogies. The Nikon rumors, there wasn't a lot in there. They talked about the 600, the new 600 millimeter f6.3 now shipping and currently in stock, and of course Gustavo proudly has his 600 in hand, and I'm sure one of the next photo review on December 2nd, I'm going to put pressure on him to include at least one image taken with that lens.
Yeah, I will. I would try.
Accept that challenge.
Yes.
And Nikon rumors also talked about the think tank has a waterproof hydrophobia. That sounds scary. Hydrophobia eyepiece for the Nikon Z8 and Z9 for 1975. Now that works in conjunction with their think tank hydrophobia rain covers. So I went on their website to check out these rain covers. And so they got like, I think 3 or 4 different sizes, depending on, the length of your lens. But so you pay basically $20, to put this device on your eyepiece so that your rain cover will slip over it properly. And the rain covers, hey, that's only $127 to $165, depending on what lens you're using it on or what size you need. So if you shoot in the rain a lot, It might just be something that you'd be interested in.
Yeah.
You can use the code Nikon Rumors to get 15% off select small rig products. The new batch of Nikon 180 to 600 millimeter lenses are shipping to the US, but there's always a but, ... These are still for orders that were placed on the day of announcement back in June 21st. So we may be getting more, but they're not gonna satisfy anyone who did not place the order right away. And then they do have an interesting, it was somewhat interesting article to read comparing the new 135 f1.8 Plena lens to the Sigma 135 1.8 DG HSM art lens, because one lens, we know which one, costs basically $2,500, and the other one basically costs $1,400, which is an F-mount lens. And it's an interesting read, okay? But the basic findings are summation is the Plena is larger but lighter. It's faster and quieter autofocus, but the picture quality results are very close. But obviously, quieter is better if you're a videographer, correct? You're going to want a lens that's quieter. So, but it is an interesting read because, if you're not doing video, that Sigma lens optically is very good. And obviously, since it is an F-mount lens, you could use it on older bodies, and you can put the FTZ on it, and you can throw it on a Z body. So it might be something that people might be interested in looking at or reading about. It was a pretty good article. So I went to the Sony Rumors site, and they're going to supposedly announce a new 300 millimeter f2.8 GM lens, and the Sony A9 III is supposedly going to be announced on November 7th or 8th. Also, there's supposedly going to be a future new FX camera and maybe an A7S IV. I can't keep track of all these, A7 IV, A7S IV, A7R IV, I don't know. It's just crazy. If I wanted to buy into the Sony ecosystem, I would probably spend 2 months just trying to figure out what model to get, because choices are good, but it's like, they come out with so many models where they stole the LCD resolution on the rear screen from this model camera, and they stole the eyepiece from that model camera, and they did something else from this other model camera, and they're all just variations of different bodies, and very confusing. I'm glad I don't have to worry about that. I'll let the Sony faithful try to figure it out. They got more patience than I do. And then supposedly Sony states they've got the messaging about firmware complaints, because a lot of people obviously are complaining. Fuji puts out firmware updates. Nikon's done a great job putting out firmware updates on the Z9 and other camera bodies. And I guess the A1 and the A7S III are going to get there's some new monitor and control app that's going to come out for those cameras. Could not get a lot of information about that. And for the Sony folks, they're saying the world's most affordable 1 terabyte CFE Type A card was tested, and it delivers the goods. It's the Per Gear Professional. It's $479. The card sustains its 800 megabytes per second read speed, and the write speeds are up to 700 megabytes per second, but I could not find any test data that said what are the sustained write speeds, which, we all know as Nikon users, sustained write speeds are critical if you're shooting high frames per second. But I could not find that information. But it's a 1 terabyte card for $479. and there is a discount code on Sony Rumors site to save you an extra 10%. So if you're a Sony user and you need a high capacity card, that may be the one that you want. And the only Fuji did not, like I think I mentioned it a few live streams ago, that new announcements are going to be slim to none for most camera brands, probably between now and the end of the year, other than Sony. Only thing Fuji Rumors said was there's a firmware update on the Sigma 18 to 50 f2.8 that got released. They do have a complete set of reviews on the X series gear, which includes 4 bodies and a wide variety of lenses. They do reviews on 6 of them. Go to the Fuji Rumors website if you want to read the reviews on the X series gear. And I talked to Tim about this a little bit the other day. The Fuji, I had never heard of this model number before. There's a Fuji X-E4. The secondhand prices are higher than the original launch price, but it says apparently Fuji actually discontinued the model while many people had it on pre-order. They were unable to manufacture and deliver it to their customers. So I guess there's a handful of these cameras that actually made it out into the wilderness and are selling for like primo prices. And another camera that is supposedly in production, although one would question if that's true or not, is the Fuji X100V, selling higher secondhand on the secondhand market than what it's listed for retail price for the new camera. And that it's basically a rangefinder camera with a built-in 28 millimeter f2 lens. And it's a 26.1 megapixel APS-C camera, but I guess it has a decent feature set with it, and it's a camera that a lot of people think is a great camera to throw in your car and to have a camera on you all the time, and nobody can get it. I mean, it's been listed back ordered on B&H for seems like forever. So that's pretty much all the noteworthy news and rumors that I was able to find during the week. And I'll put up a little bit of the begging here. And I'm as was stated in the thumbnail for the show. This is the last live stream until November 18th. So there will be no live stream on November 4th. There will be no live stream on November 11th. I will be in Connecticut for personal family concerns. And so I hope you guys show up on the 18th when I come back on the air, and that the guests show up and want to participate, and don't forget about me. But we will be coming back. You just have to wait till the 18th. So we'll have a show before Thanksgiving, and we'll have our next photo review on December 2nd, and that will be our last photo review for the year 2023. So that'll be kind of that'll probably feel a little bit odd, I would think, for me anyway. But anybody have anything they want to bring up or talk about?
Are you still excited about the Z6 III is going to come out?
I could be totally full of what. I've been consistent. I'm either a consistent fool or I'm consistently accurate, which time will tell. I've always said that I think that camera, the Z6 III and the Z7 III, will probably get announced in the spring of 2024, but will probably not ship until the start of the next fiscal year for Nikon, which would be April 1st. So I think they're going to, sneaking in, the Plena lens and putting the ZF out there. I think that sustains their income, you know, for the rest of the year. Plus with the putting out the 600 PF, which nobody knew was coming. So I think they got enough stuff that they've put out in the last month or two to keep the numbers really good for them, and that's why I don't think, even if they had those cameras ready, I think they're going to hold off because they want to make sure they have a slam dunk, you know, come their beginning of their fiscal year, 2024. So I'm sure
no rumors, only deductive reasoning.
Right. Yeah.
Well,
Exactly.
I mean, it's you know, I let's just say somebody did a video and said, you know, said what everybody's talked about for months, you know, oh, Nikon Z6 III next year. It's like, okay, duh.
Doggy duty, sorry guys.
Even the dog agrees with that theory. The dog's saying, yeah, I understand. And now, Gustavo, you got to let me out. You know, I got to like kill your grass. Let me out. I didn't see, you know who we didn't see tonight was the one, our one female viewer that we had for months. Well, we haven't seen Nancy in quite a while, but wow. This was, I'm thinking, I can't now. Pardon? Ava?
Or, yeah, okay.
Ava. So we didn't see her, I don't think, last week either. So hopefully she's okay and having a good vacation somewhere or something. I'm going to just look here in the comments in the chat because obviously I haven't been able to.
Jim's asking if he can send you a photo.
Yeah, you can send it to my email. I'm not going to suck it in the Lightroom. I'll just share my email screen and people can look at it from there. If you don't mind. Kind of losing my voice a little bit here. But now, Randall, what small lenses do you have now for your ZF that you're using? Do you have the pancake lens too?
Yes, the 26 millimeter, 28, the 40 millimeter, and I got 3 of each of those, except for the 26 millimeters is one. I have been using the DX 27 millimeter f1.7, and it's fantastic. You know, you just put it in crop mode, it's looking good. I am getting tomorrow the TT Artisans DX 27 millimeter. I'm going to compare the Nikon to the TT Artisans. The one on the Artisans is also autofocus. So it should be a good comparison. The only difference is it's a 2.8 compared to the 1.7 on the Nikon. But yeah, I got those. I got, of course, the kit lens 24 to 50. And everything else is bigger, you know, like the 35, you know, they're just longer. But if you're talking about the small compact, I do have the 14 to 30. I don't have the 14 to 24 or no, the trifecta. I do have the 17 to 28, 2.8, the 28 to 75, and then the 70 to 180. I am thinking of the 180 to 600, but you know, I'm more of a city landscape guy, so it's wider and shorter lenses.
Yeah, yeah, and you're used to a lighter kit.
Yeah,
you're used to a lighter kit, so that would be going against the grain, as they say. You know, I mean, you're not. That's not your forte. You know, not that it. The problem is you do it, you like it, and then the next thing you know, you're buying all big glass.
Yeah, more than 2 glasses. Yeah.
You buy the big glass, and then your wallet starts to scream at you and says, "Please stop! Please stop!"
Yeah, just like you said, I'm ready to retire, so I'm watching my money and seeing how it goes on the payments and stuff. The post office would pay a little bit at the end, and then there's like 2 or 3 months where they don't pay, but then they'll give you the back pay once everything's settled. So that's the only thing I worry about. But
how many years will you have had in before you're retiring?
38 and a half years.
Yeah.
And then I had 4 years in the military. So
that's plenty.
Yeah, that's to say you've served your time is appropriate.
Exactly.
Yeah, the younger crowd is just driving me crazy. I have to go.
Yeah, I had put in. I retired early, not necessarily out of my choice. I think I needed to, from a mental standpoint. I had about had enough. But I worked 10 years in the nuclear electronics field, where we made the whole body counters and instrumentation to measure radioisotopes in water samples, grass clippings during Chernobyl accident. Everybody was doing air sample testing, making sure the cows weren't eating radioactive grass that would then contaminate your food source. And and we supplied, like I said, all the instrumentation that you use to measure radioactivity that people that work at nuclear power plants might have been exposed to. So that was my first career, was a 10-year block doing that. And then I got in 30 years working for United Technologies, and I worked in the flight systems division for about 10 years. And then I worked, I think it was 10 years in that division. And then I went to the space division, and I worked and did work for NASA and for another 20 years after that. So I got 30 years at UTC and 10 years in nuclear electronics. And I said that was enough. I said I had 2 paper routes when I was 8 years old. So I think I worked long, and I think I worked long enough, but I couldn't take my job with me. My wife was, I don't know if I want to say fortunate or unfortunate enough. She can do her job from where we live, and she's got 45 years in working at Travelers Insurance Company in Hartford, Connecticut. So
wow.
The plan is, which can change tomorrow, is another year and a half for her, and then she's retiring, and then we're done. We're done.
Yeah, that's good.
So
there's a season for everything, correct?
I think when you get in that 35, 40 year range of working career, you would like to think that it's time to
exactly
to call it quits. You've been punished enough.
Exactly.
The funny thing is, the first thing they always ask me when they find out I'm retiring is, what are you going to do the first day that you're off? And I said, I'm going to sleep in. So, and then I'll worry about anything else after. But you don't have to worry about setting your clock or anything, or being somewhere unless you're at an appointment. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah. I can go to sleep when I want to, wake up when I want to, go where I want to.
No, so Randall, so this is kind of my deal, correct? In terms of, like, this week I was away, correct? But I tried to be away doing my photography or sightseeing during the weekday, and then I come back, spend the weekend at home, correct? So have the opposite to everybody, correct? So you enjoy your time when everybody's working.
Well, you see, that's what I'm looking forward to, because on the weekend, your family, like my brother or sister, they're off on the weekends. So that's when they go and visit them. Why change that? So I'll work Monday through Friday, but if you notice, like some of the nighttime videos I do, going through the city of San Antonio or stuff, I go like at midnight. Traffic around, all the crazies are out, but the thing is, it's sparse, and I can show off the landscape or the city lights, try out the different lenses, and then I don't have to worry about traffic problems. So, yeah.
As Jim says, you're retired every day is Saturday. You know, I mean, I'll forget what day it is sometimes. I'll say, oh yeah, it's Tuesday, huh? And my wife will say, no, it's not Tuesday. It's Thursday. You know, I mean, because it does not, unless you have unless you're at that point now where you're always going to a doctor. You have all your doctor's appointments on your phone, you know, a phone to go off and remind you. Then you know, days don't matter. I mean, it doesn't matter. You could do whatever you want. You know, it's fun that way. But the key thing is you better have a hobby, because I know I had a hard time when I first retired, because at that time I didn't have any camera gear. I had gotten robbed, and all my camera gear had gotten stolen, and I didn't have the money to replace what I had. I had, you know, decades of equipment that was all gone, you know. So eventually, when we moved down here, I had somewhat of a collectible Lexus convertible, and I sold it. And because, you know, with my wife not working, I says we can get by with one car for a while, and I sold the car, and then I used the proceeds from the car to buy my camera gear over again, start over again. But I had like a 2 or 3 year period where I did not have any gear, and unfortunately I could not claim it on my homeowner's insurance, because I had had an incident where, you know, when I bought the house, there was stuff that the inspector didn't find, and I had to put in a claim to fix some stuff that should never have been bad to begin with. And then when I was going to put a claim in on the camera gear, I was told, if you do that, you're going to get dropped, and you're not going to be able to get insurance for your house. So I had all the money that I had invested in my camera gear, it was gone. That was it. I had to eat it, you know. So it's sometimes, you know, insurance companies are. My wife works for one, and I can't stand them. Cannot stand insurance companies.
Jeez.
You know, they just put the screws to you is all they do. You know, but I did, like I mentioned earlier, I put the 500 PF on the ZF, and it was a joy to use that lens on that body. I mean, it was balanced pretty darn good, and it was nice and light. I walked around with it for 4 or 5 hours. I had no problems. Now the next task, which will be my longest, at some point, it won't be, you know, probably for a couple of weeks, but I'll throw the 180 to 600 on it, and I'll see if I think it's worth going that far with it. But I'm trying to prove a point to myself and share with the audience that even though that camera was not designed to be a wildlife birder camera, that it has the capabilities of doing it. Now, would you buy it as your primary body for wildlife and birds? To me, no. But it's a doggone good backup camera, and it's a good second camera to have a different lens on when you're doing the wildlife shots, so you don't have to switch lenses. And it's proven me right in that respect. You know, I mean, it's a fun camera. I mean, it's just a fun camera. You find a reason to use it because it's just that much fun to use it.
The question will be for you, Jeff, is when you're in a situation there, you see something interesting, which camera would you reach for? Correct. So I'm finding, correct, on the C8 and the C9, that the one that is kind of closer to take the first photo, whatever I see, will be the C8. And then I say, okay, there is something here. Then I will switch to the C9. So you may find yourself doing the same with the CF, that the one that you reach quicker to take a photo will be the CF, just because it's lighter, correct? So you're
Well,
reflecting.
I kind of see when I went out with I mean, obviously for different genres, street photography,
Exactly.
general purpose, I'm going to have the 24 to 120 on it probably 80% of the time, and that camera is going to get used for family photos, travel photos, street photography photos, that kind of stuff. But it's nice to know. I did shoot with it with the 100 to 400, and unfortunately, a lot of my subject matter, too much of my subject matter, does not fall into that 400 millimeter range. I was at 400 millimeters all the time, and it wasn't always enough. And with the megapixel, with the size of the sensor, you can't crop a lot with it without having if you crop for a small bird, then basically, it'll work, but you're not going to print anything bigger than an 8x12, because you start to crop it from a full frame. You shoot in FX mode, you shoot a small bird with a 400 millimeter lens, and you're going to end up cropping it. So basically you got the same size image you would have had if you switched it to DX mode. Right. And if you're in DX mode, you're at a 300 dot per inch, 8x12 is your resolution. Not that you can't print it bigger, but your resolution, your dots per inch is going to go down. So that is the negative, and that's why I say it's not something you're going to use as a prime wildlife birding camera. But for me, I wanted it for B-roll, filming myself if I'm doing something on my show or a video. I wanted it for to put the 24 to 120 on, so that when I have that 150 wood storks that are right up against the shoreline, I can fit most of them in my frame and get the picture of the whole group of them, which I would never be able to do with the long glass on the Z9, because I'm always going to have the 180 to 600 or the 500 PF or the 800 PF on that body. So when I get a whole group of birds, it's like, I have to isolate a pair of them or three of them, in a shot. But just because of the angle of view, I can't get a whole bunch of them. So that's why I want to have that 24 to 120 on the ZF, so I can get the environmental shot that shows, look at all these birds that are packed into this real small area, and I can show all those birds. So that's how I'm going to mostly use that body for wildlife. But it's still going to be predominantly for other things, for
Exactly.
and stuff like that.
Exactly. Hey, Jeff, I think Luis P is here, so we show his photos. But Rakesh was asking whether we saw his photos or not.
Yeah, he sent 3 of them, I think, is what he said.
Well, let me.
Yeah, he said 3 weeks back, probably.
Oh. Well, I know I have a feeling the answer to that's going to be no.
Oh, man.
But I can.
And Rakesh is a good photo. I mean, everybody here is a good photographer, but Rakesh have good images.
Yeah,
So,
I'm trying to.
I don't remember seeing one that you mentioned, but
no, let me. No, I can't. I gotta find my file. I gotta find my file. Let me see if I did or not. Author. If I don't see it, I will go back in my email, and if I missed it, I will bring it up and apologize as well, obviously. Yeah, I don't remember mentioning his name when I went through these. And it can happen when I get 68 photos. It's easy for me to screw up, so I apologize for that. And if it was 3 weeks ago, yeah, I mean most of these images I probably got in the last week. So if you sent it that early, let me go into my email account and see if I can find anything in here.
Yeah, Luis, when you watch this, I mean, the last one in particular, I like. You will see what which one I meant. The one that you were a little bit closer, but I appreciate the time that you spent trying to take those pictures from a boat. Birds on flights, not easy. So go ahead, Rakesh, send it to Jeff again. That probably
Yeah.
the fastest.
I mean, I'm looking through, but feel free to send them again, and I'll just bring them up from my email. I mean, people will see a big enough image to see it. I don't know why, because I think the time before you tried to send me something and I didn't get it either. So I don't know if for some reason I'm just not getting them. Yeah, see, I don't even have it. I'm looking at emails back as from I went way back into September and I don't see it. So for some reason,
Sometimes they go into the junk mail, correct? So
yeah.
that happened. That happened between me and Tim at one time. He was saying, "Hey, Gustavo, I sent you this," and I couldn't see it, and it was because for whatever reason.
well, I'm looking through the junk mail folder right now, see if it's in there. Let's just say I get a lot of stuff in the junk mail that I don't really want to see, if you know what I mean. I get stuff in there. I go, you got to be kidding me. I go, what am I getting?
That's a job in itself. Talking about retirement, just clicking at the all the junk mail. At one time, I tried to even buy one of software to help with it. No software help with this. The recommendation from some friend of mine who know about IT was, "Hey, you want to get rid of this, you have to create a new account."
Roy Bixby sent me sent me an image here that I will. Ah, man, it's such a pain when all these windows up.
He's just going to resend them.
Yeah, so let me
Need to hire Chuck Steven. I like that.
let me try to show you the image
With
that Roy just sent me, so you guys can see it.
Oh wow, that's good.
Yeah, Roy's house is pretty high up from an image that he sent me of his house one day, and he says, "Oh, I'm not that high up, but you know, he has a pretty good view of everything from his house. He'll be the first one to see a UFO if it ever goes to Australia."
I think his house in this photo is in the mountains in the background.
Exactly. This is from the other point of view.
Yeah.
If Rakesh sends me something, I'll just share it that way, and everybody could see it. Yeah. So it works out. But I don't know why. Yeah, for some reason, believe me, I don't have any way of blocking you, Rakesh. I'm not doing anything intentional. Don't take it personal. I just honestly am just not. For some reason, I am not getting it from you. And if you've already tried to send the stuff to me, it's not showing up.
Yeah, you got it, Tim. You say,
This thing is sound activated, and I put it on the mirror in the bathroom, and a girlfriend will walk in there and it'll go off. And I probably had this thing for about 3 years, and she wants to throw it out every time I do that.
I have a snowman that I put in the bathroom that makes toilet jokes when you go in to use the bathroom. And you walk in the bathroom and we'll say, "What you doing?"
Just what you want to answer when you're walking into the bathroom.
Yeah. Well, I ended up getting it because a close friend of mine had it in her bathroom, and we were over there over at her house having, a meal and a few glasses of wine. And I says, "Can I use your bathroom?" She says, "Yeah, go ahead." So I'm in the bathroom, and I hear and she had it hidden so you couldn't see it. So, I'm in the bathroom and I hear the voice, "What you doing?" And I'm like, and I had a few glasses of wine, and I don't handle wine real well. So I hear that, and I'm like turning my head, I'm looking around, and and then it says something else comical, and I think I'm going crazy, and I'm like, so then everybody hears me in the bathroom saying, "Where the hell are you? Where is this coming from?" And everybody's in the other room laughing. They're like crazy because they're saying, "Oh, Jeff's losing it. He's talking to the snowman. He doesn't know where it is, And so I had to buy one of those and put it in my house. And people go to the bathroom and they're just like, it'll say stuff like, "Looks like you're a little flushed,"
Yeah, when one person that shouldn't be mentioned from Apple, activate by herself. One night the telephone started ringing, and I just reach, and then I say a bad word, and she replied to me, "That's not nice." So,
John Ishii sent me a couple images at some point in time tonight that I'll share with him all geared up for the vegetarian festival.
Film
So
days.
we will show you this image.
Oh wow!
wow.
So this is
wow.
So you have to be, obviously, John is a diehard photojournalist to the core, and this is what for those who want to get into photojournalism, you got to be willing to do what he's doing right there. You want to be a photojournalist, you got to go that extra mile, and you got to do that.
He need to get his adrenaline going there.
So that's one image that he sent. Let me find the other one. And get rid of this one and bring up this one. And this is another image that he sent over.
Oof.
Oh, I saw images like this online. Yeah, it's too much.
Yeah, no. Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think we're going to get rid of that. I didn't really look at it close before I just put it up here, so I apologize if people are squirming in their chairs right now.
Oh,
I'd probably do that too, though, if I had to just eat vegetables all the time.
Yeah. That I wasn't expecting that, John. You snookered me. You snookered me on that one.
Well, he told us that's why he didn't want to share them.
Well, I didn't think that was in what he sent me. I just said, "Well, okay, I'll just throw them up here." And it's like, "Oh, yeah, I'm going to throw up, all right." So with those images, we went over 70.
yeah.
Imagine that. Over 70 shots that we did tonight. It's crazy. I mean, I don't think I think typically when when this whole thing started and we were doing it on, with Chuck on AP Studios, and I think we were lucky we had 30, 30, 35 if we were lucky.
Right.
We never had this many. Of course, I changed the limit from 1 to 4 per person, so that has something to do with it. And I beg very well. I beg and plead and beg and plead, and you guys listen to me and feel sorry for me, and you send me tons and tons of images. But I don't mind, because it's like that's what this community is all about. It's reflected in these images that we share once a month. That's what we're about. Helping each other out, learning from each other.
Greg wants to know how you're carrying 2 cameras, Jeff.
Well, ZF is so light. I could have my camera strap around my neck with the Z9, and I can have another camera strap around me with the ZF. Or I won't do it now because it probably won't. Well, it may or may not fit. I got the cotton carrier, and I have 2 holders for it. But you got to put like the special attachment on the bottom of your tripod mount on the camera. And your camera can slide right down in front of your chest. And then I have another holster on my side, so I could put the same fitting on the ZF, and I can have one. I could have the Z9 hanging down at my chest level. I could have the ZF with a lens on it hanging down on my side. And it is a neat vest, but I've usually only used it in the summertime. I haven't tried to put it over, heavy, winter clothes, that type of thing. But I could do that.
All right, Jeff, you got images from Rakesh in your inbox, an image from Jim, and Roy sent 2 images as well.
Rakesh, I got him, baby. I got him. All righty. Let me give me a second. I want to clear off my desktop a little bit. You got to be orderly. I got to be orderly.
What do you use to show the images, Jeff?
Well, normally what I do, my whole process is when I get the emails from everybody, I save all their images on my desktop. Then I take all those images and I put them on a thumb drive. And then from the thumb drive, I import them into Lightroom. But then when they're in Lightroom, I type up what everybody gives me for information on every file. I type it up on a cheat sheet, so it's in a certain order. So now when all that stuff goes into Lightroom, it's not in any kind of order. Now I got to go and I got to go by my cheat sheet, find every image one at a time, and drag them all and get them in the right order to match my cheat sheet. So it's very time consuming. Takes a lot of time. Now what I'm doing now, because I don't want to go through the thumb drive thing and go through all that, is I'm just basically saving these images from my email onto my desktop, and then I'm just opening them up one file at a time, and then sharing my screen, sharing that window. Yeah. And I'm doing it that way right now. But
putting them on the thumb drives makes it easier for you to go get them printed out and sell them later too.
No, Chuck's the only one that ever did that.
I think Chuck taught you that.
So I'll start with Rakesh's, because the poor guy, we unintentionally dissed him without realizing that we were. So we will now bring his up one at a time.
Next time, Rakesh, when we talk to Jeff, we say, "Hey, did you get Rakesh photos?"
Yeah. Well, that's going to be the thing. You've been sending them every time. So what I'm going to need to do is basically, if for some reason I don't see them, is to, send you an email or something and say, hey, did you send me anything? Because I haven't seen it yet.
Exactly.
I'm gonna have to.
All right.
Wait a minute. Let me get rid of my logo thing here. Oh, I can't. Well, no, wait a minute. I can get rid of that one. I can get rid of that one. Then I get the other one. I can't get rid of that one. That one always shows up. Let me go back to full screen here. And so, okay, there's the first one.
Good quality.
Now, I see Broadway on the sign on the left. So I'm assuming this is in
It's Times Square, yeah.
Times Square. Yeah.
Is that a female officer?
It is.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the badge, when I zoom in on the badge, it says female officer. Poor
Rakesh, good. Glad that you took the picture, but sometimes you never know. You're going to take a photo of the policeman whether they will like it or not.
Yeah, you did not get
a grumpy one.
You did not. Yeah, you didn't get yourself in trouble. So let me bring up another one. Oh yeah, he's actually very lucky here. I'm looking at these that he didn't that they didn't give him a hard time.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Okay, so he must have been on the left of the female officer. The female officer must be out of view here, and that's the male officer talking to the female officer.
What camera and lens? Do you have any of that info?
Rakesh, type it.
Okay, she wanted the photo. Okay.
Let's see.
Rakesh
No.
can type it.
I'll let Rakesh type in the chat, what he was using. Let me get back to, let's see. So I did that one. Let me.
Oh, Z8 with the 2.8.
Z8 2.
Yeah, 28 millimeter. Yeah, 2.8. Small compact lens. Or Z7. All right, Z7 Okay.
There's another one. That's cool. Got the shadows.
Yeah, this makes me miss Manhattan.
Dark Shadows. Remember that show, Dark Shadows?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Rakesh, we're trying to make it up to you. I don't think we're doing a good enough job, but
like the black and white treatment of the photos.
Yes. Some images lend themselves to that very well. And the last one he just sent in, or that I bring it up here. And we will. Boom.
Oh wow.
Boom. That's cool. Look at all the garbage bags on the road. behind the carriage. All the trash bags sitting there.
Yeah, I don't miss garbage day in Manhattan.
Yeah.
Especially in the summers. Man, does it stink.
They literally they don't put it in cans. They just put it in a bag and throw it on the street.
Yeah, a lot of it's just bags on the corner, on the street.
Wow.
I like this image the best of the four, Rakesh.
Yeah, I do too. West 53rd Street and Broadway. Yeah, I like this one. I like this. This is the one I like the best too. That's cool. Yeah, so it's like, okay, yeah, anybody want to ride as we go by these garbage bags? we provide nose clips for you on this tour.
That's right near the Ed Sullivan Theater, where David Letterman did his show, and Stephen Colbert.
Good job, Rakesh. Sorry about not getting your stuff. I don't know why. I mean, I did go back and look, and I don't, there's enough. I don't know what's going on.
And Rakesh is one of those photographers in our community that do a variety of things, correct? We have seen landscape and now this street photography. Very good, Rakesh.
Yep, good job. Yeah, it's a shame that the stuff didn't show up. I mean, I'm sure I'm one that doesn't delete stuff as often as I should, so I'm not gonna think that I deleted anything by mistake, because I'm pretty lazy, and I do that when I'm running out of drive space. I say I got to delete some stuff. And let's see, we did John Ishii pictures. Roy sent 2 more images.
And Jim.
So we got Roy here. Let's see. Let me share this one. There we go. That's a Mr. Roy picture. The seagull is flying away from the smokestacks.
Film, Roy?
Yeah, I think that's film. Looks like film to me.
Yeah, I have that feeling for sure.
Yep. Look at all that. How worn out and partially rotted all those boards are in the foreground.
Wow, f2.
Yeah, you see?
135 f3.5 lens. Wow.
On an f2.
Yeah, that's the lens I put on my ZF today, the 135 f3.5. I just grabbed one off the shelf and put it on it. Yeah, that was it.
Good clap, good photo, Roy.
Yeah.
I like it. And Jeff, for sure that little seagull there complete that photo, correct? And the fact when he did this is on film, so no trickery apply on this one.
No, there are no tricks. There are no tricks. Well, even though it's trick or treat time, there's no tricks there.
Exactly.
And here's another one.
Again, film.
Oh yeah, definitely film.
Not only that, but this is probably from the 70s. So you can look at the cars. They look old. Roy, when was this photo taken? 70s or early, 70s. I would not even say 80s.
I'm looking for a Pinto.
In Australia?
Yeah, it blew up.
It blew up along the way, yeah. Well, those are the cars that are down under. They don't last long.
FM
1970s. Oh, wow.
We lived through those times, so we recognize the imagery.
Like I said, our the channel's demographics is we appreciate all this stuff because we've been around long enough to appreciate it.
But this is this look is what the people, the younger generation wants, because they obviously have seen this and they want to recreate this with a digital camera, correct? We actually we don't recreate. We have the photo from before.
And okay, I don't see any images from Jim yet.
You said it was in your email. Maybe it's in your spam.
I'll look in my. Yeah. Give me a break. It's in my junk email. I never get it.
Yeah.
Maybe his handle triggered the junk email.
Yeah, I don't know. Let me move this image. Let's see. All right, where did I put the file? I said put it on my desktop, and I don't see it on my desktop. Yeah. Everything's got to give me hard technical difficulties. Come on. Yeah. Keeps telling me the file already exists on my desktop, although I don't see it on my desktop. So, okay, so be that way. So I'm going to do it a different way. I'm going to have to show it through my email.
Well, usually you have to put it in your regular email because if it still's in junk, it won't allow the picture.
All right, so
Yeah.
Whoa.
This is his grandson due in January of 2024.
Okay. It's an ultrasonic picture.
Ultrasonic picture.
Wow.
Ultrasound picture. Good thing you stated that it was your grandson. You know, I'm just saying, so we would know that it was from an ultrasound image. Because if you just put that out there without an explanation, then I would think you were being creative, you know, in a different way to show this image, you know. So I'm glad you clarified that so we know what's going on.
At least it's not an image from Mars saying, well, look.
Or one
that
of
is
those,
wild.
or one of
those
people that, you know, look at this image I found in a chip, correct? So, but joke aside, Jim, congratulations. Good to you're meeting your your family before they get born here.
Yes, congratulations. Yeah, hopefully I'll have time to see my kids when I go to Connecticut. And it's going to be hard. Maybe one time each. That's about it.
But again, I mean, look at that. Just since we always talk about technology, correct? Remember the first when my son is now 27, correct? I mean, the ultrasonic images where you know it took a little bit of interpretation to see them. Now you can see the face.
Yeah,
you have a portrait.
When my wife had hers done, the you know, the person who did it, or the doctor or the nurse, the technician, oh yeah, can't you tell this? And I go, what do you? There ain't nothing there. What are you telling me? That well, that's the nose, and that's the foot, and I go, that's a bunch of nothing. I don't know what you're talking about.
And Jeff, and that's for you and me that I used to see within fuzzy images, correct? Because of our profession.
It's like take a paintbrush and go on a wall and say, you can't, you know, I mean, oh, you can't tell that that's the Mona Lisa on the wall? It's like, yeah, all right. Yeah, I can tell. Sure. Give me like 10 drinks. I'll tell you I see it.
Well, the imaging today is just unreal. It's just amazing.
Yeah. But so put me big here. Just let me, because Luis is asking.
What does he want? Ah, okay. Louise, time to drool, baby. Time to drool.
Oh yeah, there you go.
So this will be the replacement of the 500p.
And it's the gold band. Yeah.
Yes, but it's actually the good thing is that I already took this foot, which is a Kerr Enterprise foot, is the same that in the 100 to 400. You can use the same in both. So it's good to you don't have to wait for a dedicated one, but it's light. Yes, so it has the same characteristics. Local one thing I like of the 500 PF, you probably know that, is that this area here is small, correct? Compared with this one, was thinner here, so it was easy to carry like that. The 500 PF, this one is a little bit bigger in there, but it is light for this lens.
Yeah. So how's the collar? I've heard some problems with the 400 and 400 millimeter. The collars they couldn't tighten down real good.
Well, that's the problem that Roy has.
Yeah.
This has this system of colors. When this knob here that you can see, which allows you to take it off, and there is like a little switch. So you always have to be careful that you accidentally don't get that loose. That's that accident that Roy had his C9 was because of this. So once you know that is a problem, you get a little bit paranoid, always checking that this is tight. Correct? This always has to be tight, and that's good for that, and also the original one that comes from Nikon, which I have it here. See, this is the one that comes with. It has the same system.
Okay.
Actually, I don't know. Probably Roy was with the original one. So this one here, if it gets loose enough, then you carry the lens, you can press this little lever, and then they get detached.
Yeah.
Wow.
But it's not the same foot that the 500 PF. It's the same foot as the 100 to 400 Z lens.
Yeah. Well, they also use it for the
Luis, I will try to take some images for the next photo review in December with this one. But I think this will be kind of when you want a long telephoto but require a little bit more versatility. Correct?
The 70 to 200 and the 400 4.5 all have the same foot as well.
Exactly. I think the 400 4.5 that you have also has the same foot, correct, Tim?
Yep.
So Gustavo, what's your next lens, buddy? Since you're on a roll.
No, I want to travel more.
Yeah.
So
you gotta at some point say I got enough lenses, otherwise you're not gonna have money to travel.
Exactly. Exactly. No, I want to. There's some trips in here pretty soon, but no, that's that I think that's it serves the same purpose, Jeff. I tell you. I mean, I will be honest, correct? If it serves the same purpose as the 500, that was my decision to change from the 500, which I love. Correct? It was going to perform the same with the extra 100 millimeters. Correct? And I'm a sucker for more millimeters. Correct? Never long enough lens.
Now, do you travel back to Venezuela ever?
No, it's
too dangerous to go.
Absolutely too dangerous.
Yeah.
It was too dangerous even when I used to travel, which is many years ago before my father passed away. It was already too dangerous, and nowadays it's impossible. I mean, you show up with anything, you will get robbed. It's impossible.
Well, I know my wife and I, when we were a tad younger, we went on a cruise, right? And we were supposed to stop in Venezuela. And at the time, there was a uprising, and there were people shooting at each other with machine guns and whatnot. And so the cruise line said, we're going to stay an extra day, wherever it was. We're not going to be able to go to Venezuela because it is no longer safe to go there. So we never saw Venezuela, but it was originally part of the docket on the cruise that we were on, but we never got to go, which I was okay with. If people are busy shooting each other on the streets, I don't want to be there on getting off a cruise ship.
Yeah, I miss all the turmoil because I left for work. I mean, I still have family, and at the beginning I could go every year and visit the family, but I left Venezuela in 1985. Right, so that's when I started working international. But no, it's a shame. I do miss the landscape and the country. Correct, it's very diverse, and obviously as a nature person, I mean the opportunities at a time were almost endless.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that the people suffer because of the government.
Exactly. So, no, I know that we don't get into any politics here, correct? And that's our policy here, as per Chuck and yourself. But the only thing is that sometimes in countries things can get fast, very bad, very quickly, correct? So and that's that's a lesson, particularly when there is no good checks and balance, correct? So as an American, I can tell you, checks and balances at the core of a good democracy, correct?
Yeah.
You also have to realize that
now you go to now you've gone to
I went to Argentina.
You've gone to Bonaire, right? You've been to Bonaire?
No, not. I have been in Aruba.
Okay.
Never went to Bonaire to do diving, which that would have been wonderful because it's a particular good place for diving. But no, this year, I went a couple of times to Buenos Aires. That was good. So.
Well, now that you got all the long glass, you're going to have to find Bigfoot for the rest of us.
My wife likes some of the. I promised her to take her to Alaska one time, and as you have been interested to visit Costa Rica, for obvious reason, for somebody like you and me, right? But I tell you one thing: the next time when we get in December, I show you some of the pictures. I mean, I have been living in Colorado for quite a while, and I'm still finding corners of Colorado that are amazing, right?
Yeah.
Now, what's your temperature there now? How cold is it in Colorado now?
Oh, we got a big snowstorm today, so it's probably, I don't know exactly. Let me check in the iPhone. It's probably for sure less than 32 degrees Fahrenheit. But I'll tell you, this was a rapid change here. It's 28 degrees Fahrenheit.
Well, it's a dry cold too. I lived there for 13 years and I loved it.
Yeah. No, 20 actually. You see?
Oh,
yeah. I just checked the temperature in Connecticut. It's 55 degrees.
But I don't mind. I'm actually built for the cold, so I'm okay with the cold. Doesn't bother me much. I actually like it. Not the.
So,
I show you guys next time when I went to the area, the Colorado area of the Four Quarters. That was it's a great area. Those mountains, the San Juan Mountains, are particularly beautiful.
I'm looking back at the chat here. I guess even Rakesh said he couldn't even find the email that he thought he sent me either.
Yeah.
He couldn't find the old email, so I guess it must have been just got lost in transmission or something. I don't know.
But Randall, see, you are in Texas and in San Antonio. One
Yes.
of the things, there is a couple of, obviously, since I have been, interested in photography, but also in natural history for the longest time, right? There are some birds there in the Rio Grande Valley,
Okay.
which I actually probably going to try to make it next year to Texas, and go to some of those ranches where you can photograph them with some degree of certainty. These are some ranches that have been basically equipped with hides and stuff, so that because they have these tropical birds. So there is a couple of birds there in Texas that I want to go and photograph.
Well, if you want to come by, you're more than welcome.
I'll let you know.
Okay.
So I like this comment. Well, I'm not going to say I like this comment because this can't happen. Wishful thinking on your part, eh? I don't think so. Gustavo, how did you manage to get the 600 so fast? Do you have a local camera store, or did you order it from one of the big boys?
No, I actually, because I was traveling when it was announced that week, I happened to be also traveling. Then I could order directly from Nikon, so I actually called the camera, my local camera store, and told them to put me in the list. So actually, they must have been quite a good supply, because he told me already, hey, you are number 6. So, and I got it. I mean, it arrived in the camera store, which is my camera, which is my camera has some stores in California and here in Colorado. So the supply must have been reasonably good, correct? Not like they send 1 or 2.
Well, Rakesh is saying a Z9 is $4,000 in Nikon USA's refurb section.
Wow.
I mean, I think before it was 4,500, wasn't it? So they went down $500.
They're having a sale right now, aren't they?
That's really good, because I think before I almost thought about getting a refurbed one for 4,500, because I figured, well, if you bought a Z8 and then you bought the battery, the battery pack for it, that it would be $4,500. If you did that. So I'm like, oh, gee, you can get the Z9 and the motor drive's all built in and everything, and I don't really care for the looks of the one on the Z8. Person who designed it, it's not even the same size as the body. It doesn't match well, edge to edge, and so I'm like, gee, yeah, $4,500. I mean, it would be worth getting the Z9 over to Z8, but then now if they got it for $4,000, it's like, man, that's definitely that's definitely very interesting. As what was the guy's name? Tim Artie. They used to say very interesting. I forget it.
Oh, that's why. Yeah, they've got a sale going on. They've got an additional 10% off, so it's you save $450 over the $4,500 price, which is the normal price.
Okay.
Yeah. So Nikon has it for almost $4,800. But I think there's a sale till the 29th on that. Yeah.
Somebody that was thinking about getting one for that price, man. You think about it,
It's a good price.
the refurb units probably get tested out more than a brand new one does. A brand new one, they're gonna do spot checks. They're gonna do a certain amount of testing, and then they're gonna do samples where some of them get tested a little bit more and make sure that the quality control is there. But when they do a refurb, I mean, they go through the whole thing. So basically, you get a refurb camera from them. Theoretically, it could be checked out even better than it was when it was brand new.
And the chances are that this is just a unit that was returned because the person didn't like it or for whatever reason, but it was like an open, correct? And then they call it refurb. But no, I think this is a good buy for $4,000.
Yeah, that's
So I tell you, for a professional, correct? Which none of us are here, correct? With the exception of few in our community, having a truly identical cameras make perfect sense, correct? So if you work, that's your business. Having two C9 probably is the right thing. But I agree with you, Jeff, and actually that's what I like the combo C9 C8 because it's almost the same but not the same, right? Or the ZF and the C9, it makes more sense for the enthusiastic aficionado. Right?
Yeah, the 2 to 500 f mount is $799 refurbed. Yeah. The only problem with that lens, and I took many beautiful shot with that lens. The big problem with that lens compared to the replacement is it just takes too long to acquire focus, and then the throw is just you gotta turn, let go, turn, let go, turn, let go.
Exactly.
You get the 180 to 600, you just go like that. You're there, full throw. Half a turn, not even half a turn. You're through the whole zoom range, and that makes a big difference if you're shooting video too. If you're shooting video, you can sit there and go from 180 to 600 nice and smooth, and then back off, and it would be so jumpy using the old 2 to 5 because you're going to have all this vibration and jitter in your video because you're grabbing the zoom ring, you're turning it, you got to let go, you grab it again, and now the camera shakes, you turn it again. 180 to 600, you're just holding it, you're just like that. Okay, nice and smooth, back it out, nice and smooth. So if you do video, you'd want the 180 to 600. Put it that way.
But look at the comment for Rakesh. I think he apparently bought a C7 II refurbished, and his count was 0. Right?
Yeah. Well, you know what? That's like somebody resetting your odometer in your car.
Do you think Nikon will do that?
No, I wouldn't think. Well, I wouldn't think so. I think that would be pretty sleazy to do that. I mean, unless that was new as well. What do they call it? New old stock.
Return open or something like that.
Yeah, Rakesh said at $4,000 I will personally buy Z9. Yeah, $4,000 is, to me, there's enough differences between, to me the only thing for some people that well, let's say not talking about weight or size, okay, just functionality. There's enough difference in functionality between a Z9 and a Z8 to validate buying a Z9. The Z8 has that extra USB port, which some people may need or want very bad to have the 2 USBs that you don't have on the Z9. You know, the Z8. So from strictly a functional standpoint, to get the Z9 basically at the price of the Z8 refurbed, me already having a Z9, if I had $4,000 laying around, I'd go buy another Z9 right now for $4,000.
Exactly.
But the Z8 appeals obviously for those that still have a Z9 because they got, you know, 90% of a Z9 and a Z8, and they got a lighter body. They travel. It's more convenient to travel with the Z8 than to travel with the Z9. So, you know, and everybody has a different spin on it, you know, and there's no wrong answer. Okay. Because it's just like, you know, Matt Irwin likes to say, and he's correct. It's your use case, and what's right for me may not be right for you, and the other way around. Or I may not care how heavy a camera is. You know, I'm not exactly, you know, 135 pounds, so you know, a Z9 doesn't bother me. You know, for somebody else, a Z9, oh my God, you know, that's like carrying a tank. I don't want to carry something that big, and a lot of those people are the people that are walking around with Sonys because they're small and light. You know, there's no wrong answer. You know, it's what's right for you. People, and then people take it too personal, and they get all wrapped up about it and start knocking everybody's. And yeah, Z8 has skin smoothing. To me, that doesn't matter. I'm not going to do skin smoothing in camera. If I want to do skin smoothing, you do it in Photoshop. Or do it in Lightroom or whatever. You don't need to have it in the camera. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of features they put in these cameras that I'll never use. To me, they're just gimmicks. They're just something that that gives them a little something to throw in an ad that catches somebody's eye, and they go, "Oh, it's got this. The other one doesn't have this. I like that," you know. But in reality, is it really that big a deal? I don't know. For some people, yes. For some people, no. Like Roy says, heavier cameras are more stable. I mean, you know, heavier camera with a heavier lens is going to be more, you know, more stable. Yeah.
No, I mean, look, the Z9 is a better camera than the Z8, correct? But the point that you were making are true. On this trip that I did few months back to Argentina, I took the Z8. I didn't take the Z9 because it was easy, and you know, with my suitcase and everything, to put the Z8 and one lens, the 24 to 120, and that's what I took. And I have a ball with that combination. Okay, so smaller body on certain aspects will win. By the way, Rakesh and Jeff will tell you the same thing. 100%, the 4.1 is much better for birds.
Yeah, and there's still room for improvement.
Yeah, that I saw that video that you're referring from Wild Alaska. He called it Game Changer. In this case, it's not a clickbait.
Yeah.
It's truly a game changer.
Yeah, it's just amazing that I think we would all agree that with the amount of firmware changes in the Z9, we basically got another camera for free.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing, correct? You were talking about that the next camera should be the C6 II and the C7 II, probably announcement in the Q1 with deliveries in Q2 next year. That gives Nikon space to do some firmware between now and then on all the cameras. So
it gave them the ability. It gave them the ability, because my opinion, and underline, if you could see it on the screen, I'm underlining the word opinion.
Exactly.
My opinion was that they didn't have the manufacturing capability so soon after the Z8 came out to build up inventory on 2 new cameras at the same time, but they had some manufacturing capability space available, and that's why they did the ZF first. As much as that initially aggravated so many YouTube content creators, who until the camera came out couldn't understand who it was for or who would buy it or why did they come out with it first. It wasn't a matter of that they necessarily thought the ZF was going to sell better than if they came out with a Z6 III and a Z7 III. I think it was all about their manufacturing capability, and it gave them more time to tweak, i.e. either tweak those cameras, make them even better, okay, and or is giving them more time to build up inventory. So when they do release those cameras, people aren't going to be waiting for them. So that's why I think the ZF came out when it came out. That's my spin on it, and I didn't look at it as a negative because I said, okay, for all those that are complaining, there wasn't anybody out there that said a Z6 III or a Z7 III was going to come out this year. So okay, so the Z8 comes out and no other bodies come out for the rest of the year, and you're not going to see cameras again until shipping maybe until April of next year. So is that better than getting another camera in between? And why are you complaining about it?
Yeah,
It ain't for you. It isn't for you. It isn't for you. But it is for enough people where it helps their bottom line and doesn't screw up other things.
And in hindsight, correct, when Chuck was trying to make some educated guesses, correct, and we were all listening to, actually, like we said before, the way these cameras and lenses have come out make perfect sense, correct? Is in hindsight, they did it the right way. And Roy make a good comment here about that the Nikon seemed to be building some stock before releasing the cameras as well. Because, I mean, look at the Plena. I thought that lens was going to be back order. That's not the case. The 600, not so much back. Even the 180 to 600, that was probably the most anticipated lens, people are getting it, correct?
Right.
So they are doing, we criticize them sometimes, but they're doing some things right. And actually, they're doing more right than wrong, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, we're in a, and we all get caught in the game. We're so used to, we want instant gratification for everything. We don't want to wait for anything. If we have the money in the bank account and that widget gets announced, we go, and where our mindset is, well, I got the money, so I want it right now. It's not like I got the money, I'm going to wait. I want to wait 6 months. It's I got the money, I want it right now. And
by the way, since we are here in hopefully in the final minutes of this today, because I'm here hanging by the thread here.
We're calling it a night, everybody, as we have been religiously. The show is going off the air at 2:00 Eastern time, 2:00 a.m. Eastern time, because my Sundays are typically very very miserable, because by the time I get to bed, I'm up 3 hours later because the dog is up 3 hours later. So I'm up 3 hours later. So I don't get a lot of sleep between the live stream and Sunday. So I walk around like a zombie most of the day and try not to be grouchy to my wife. So we're not going past 2:00.
Around the house, the Plena, somebody was asking here, I think, pheromone, but he can enjoy that. But Jeff, the other day we were talking about this, correct? That on the C8, this is we probably can do a PDF on this one when we talk about tip and tribulations, correct? On the CF, I actually put the handle a little bit off from the body,
Yeah.
correct? Because then you can use it like this, correct? We were talking about being able to carry your camera with both hands.
Yeah.
So that this is on the, I think this is a Kirk Enterprise as well. So that actually having a handle in your camera is so good. And actually it's very easy to, unscrew. This one comes with their own Allen key here, and then you can switch it when you store it. You can store it with this compact, so it occupies the space. So now put Randall there with the planer.
Okay.
We're going to slide you over, Randall, here to the big screen.
All right. So here's the 105. This is the Plena. They're about the same size. The only difference is the Plena is wider.
Yep.
And it's heavier too. But it's well built. I'm going to take this off. That way you can look a little bit. I don't know if you can see. I'm trying to get the, wrong camera. So if I turn it.
You can see the aperture.
Yeah. So, yeah, you can't, it has to be electronic, but
yeah. What is it? Does that have 11 aperture blades or 12?
I think it has 11.
11, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah. And I enjoyed it, but I'm not used to the 135 millimeter. I'm more used to the 105. And I took some great shots with these. On the Plena, I just have to get used to it. I think I was just a little bit too close on some of the pictures I was taking. So
yeah, you got to take 3 steps backwards.
Yeah.
For flowers, Randall. For flowers, I like to get in a lot.
Yeah. All right, but you can't get that close like you can with the 105 macro.
Oh, okay.
All right, that's the difference. You have to be a distance away using this, even if it's a 1.8. All right, so the 2.8 macro, you can get real close, but you can get closer with the 50 millimeter macro.
Yes.
So, and then you saw on one of my pictures when I was doing my slideshow, I was using the 28 millimeter f2.8, the small compact lens, and you can see how close I got to that plant. And I was amazed.
Yeah. So the Plena, Randall, if I were to have it, correct, I would like to use it for like a field of flowers, correct?
Okay.
If you have, or if you have some flowers in the, like you did with those, you have one color of flowers in the foreground, and then a little bit of different color flowers in the background that you want to be out of focus. That kind of, I think that Plena, because it has that special transition of the focus to no focus area, will work very well, in my opinion. That's actually the portion of that lens that interests me. I'm sure that Jeff is thinking the same way. So you keep using it in that botanical garden.
Yeah.
That's a good place to experiment with that lens for that type of purpose.
Yeah, that Plena in that respect is not necessarily for extremely close-up shots. It's more for the separation, like Gustavo was saying, the separation. If you have multiple colors of flowers, different rows of flowers, different colors, you can focus on whatever color that you want to be sharp, and then the background just becomes a nice different color, a smooth, creamy background in a different color. And that's really what that kind of lens will give you if you're using it for flower photography.
Exactly.
But it's obviously meant more for portrait photography. Okay, to to isolate the subject from the background if you're doing, excuse me, if you're doing portrait photography on the street, like Matt Irwin will do. You know, he takes pictures of models in the city,
Right.
and you want to have everything else kind of dissolve behind that model, and it's, you know, fairly far away from the model anyway, and you just get, yeah, you could tell the person's in a city, but you don't get a distracting background. You just kind of like smooth it right out, you know. So it's a great portrait lens, but it can also be used for that, giving you that nice creamy different color background with groups of flowers. So it is good for flowers as well. But it doesn't replace a 105. It's a different creature.
Exactly.
Different creature.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm hoping that someday they come out. I know friends that won't buy a 105 macro because they want to be shooting from a farther distance. They want a 200 macro. They don't like to get close because if you're just doing a flower, like you said, you could use a 50 or a 60, whatever brand camera you have, 50, 60 millimeter macro lens, you can get right on top of the flower. But if you're trying to get the flower with a butterfly on it or a bee on it, you can't get that close with those lenses because the subject matter is not going to stay on the flower. So you need to have something longer. So that's when you got to get out the 105. In some cases, that's when you want to have the 200. So it's all on. As irritating as it is when you get into macro photography, it usually in the end ends up being a multiple lens purchase.
And certainly for you, Randall, there, you know that, correct?
Oh, yes.
Certainly on this kind of flower photography, you get there in San Antonio, a cloudy day. That's the day you're going to go to that botanical garden, the cloudy day, because you need low contrast light for that type of photography.
Right. And that's why I was shooting most in the shade. The mistake I made with the Plena was I had it in DX mode on some of the pictures, and that was too, I was too close. So once I put it in FX mode or the full frame, then I got better images. But I didn't share any of those on this show tonight.
Exactly.
But I had some pretty good shots. I enjoyed it.
But this is again what we're always talking about, and that's the point that Jeff was making, and you guys are making too, is that the 105 and the 135 Plena, different tools, correct? Right. Very different tools.
Now, what I am going to do is I'm going to take the Z7 II with the Plena because it has 4 more megapixels.
Yes. I like more megapixels.
Yeah, I had the Z8 in my hands, and a funny story is like, it's too much money. And then I got the grip or the, what was it, the N10? And then they said that the Plena was in. I was looking at the 85 millimeter, and then I bought the ZF with the kit lens. It was just like I went in it for one thing, got another, and one I was going to get, I didn't get. And now the 85 1.2 is in Austin. I'm debating if I should drive down there and get it or just hold back a little bit and see how, after I retire, see how everything falls down. So it's like a lot of wants, but do you need it? And
well, I advise you not to call Chuck and ask him because he'll tell you.
That's right. Yeah.
You know what he's going to tell you.
Yeah. Get rid of the ZF, get the Z9. Yeah.
Yeah.
And get the 85 1.2. Yeah. So, yeah, I had the 85 1.8, and that's why I didn't get the 85 1.2. So, but I don't do portraitures. I do landscape, flowers, squirrels, pets.
Let's see. Here, well, I'll read this out loud here. Given the image circle, the Plena is wider to avoid cat cat's eye bokeh near the edges, does that mean the image should also be sharp edge to edge, even wide open? It is, as far as I know. It is. It is sharp edge to edge, wide open. I mean, that's your answer. I don't know what else to say.
Well, I had shot
I mean, that's
video.
on my list. That's on my list. And once again, I don't consider myself. If I live closer to my children and my grandchildren, which I don't, but if I did, or when I do visit them and see them, I would love to take pictures of my grandchildren using the Plena lens. I would love that lens for taking pictures of my grandchildren.
That makes sense.
And someday it's on my list of 2 lenses that I want to get next year. And
Jeff,
as Tim's going to shake his head and say, no, it's going to be 3 lenses, Jeff, or 4.
and Jeff, and that made perfect sense for another aspect here, correct? In that scenario, you are picturing there of you taking photos of your grandchild and all that. You also need the distance because they're not going to pose for you, correct? You're going to be taking photos of them running around in the house, in the yard, and then so a longer telephoto lens or a 135 millimeter will make sense rather than an 85.
Yeah, they're typically not gonna, kids don't like to sit still for more than 2 seconds. So you're by the time you get close enough to with a 50 millimeter or even the 85 would be better. But by the time you get close enough and get them framed, they've already taken off and they're in the next room.
Exactly. you need your wildlife skills.
Yes. And we're gonna. Well, we don't want to. I think I want to try to spare converting Randall to wildlife photography because I don't want him to not be able to retire because the whole financial burden of that would crush him.
Well, what I like about the Z9 feature is the auto capture that they added. Now that interests me. Motion detect, and then the camera takes the picture. That's what you do. Is you put the Z9 in the other room, and when the kids run away, they take their picture.
We've got 3 minutes left, and because we are going to be right at 2:00, and we're going to hang it up because I'm losing my voice anyway. Do I think? Let me switch comments here. Do you think they'll release a 200 millimeter macro lens?
I think they'll do a 35 1.2 first.
If they do a 200 millimeter macro lens, you're talking. My guess would be you're talking a couple of years from now. Not soon. That's because that's like you. It's just like we talk about and people don't like to. Some people don't like to hear it, but if you're going to have you don't have a lot of DX lenses, Nikon branded DX lenses. You don't have a good selection of DX lenses, and some people don't care about that because they don't like APS-C camera bodies. But I don't have an issue with an APS-C camera body, and I think you're still an important consumer to Nikon, and you need to take care of all your Nikon users, not just people that want full frame. So I think they need to build up the DX lens line. They need to come out with some specialty lenses. They still need to come out with some fast glass. They need to come out with, they got the 14 to 30 f4, but they need to have, something in that range that's like a 2.8 instead of an f4. They need to have something that's a little bit faster as well, So they have things, and then their lower end camera bodies, the Z50, the Z5. They're a little long on the tooth, as they say. They're not competitive with the market right now. They need to have the technology some of the technology that you have in the ZF needs to get flowed into those. And because on paper, there's other models from other brands that are better spec wise, Not saying they don't work, Randall, but I'm saying if you're going to make a new purchase, you want the later technology in it. You don't want an old technology camera.
Well, that's a Z5 right there with the 17 to 28 that you're looking at. It's still a great camera. Now,
but for the price point, you could get a better camera for the same price.
Yeah,
that's the problem. You know, if I'm looking at two cameras and this has this is up here with the features and this is down here and they're the same price, I'm going to go with the one with the better features. And it's not going to cost them a lot of money to bring it up. They got to come out with a Mark II model, and they got to bring it up, and so the thing is, they got so many things they could be doing. I wouldn't want to be working at Nikon right now because it's like, okay, what really do you need? What really do you want to do first? And then you still have a substantial group, I think, of people that want a pro level APS-C camera. But the kicker with that is they don't want to pay a lot of money for it. They're not going to get a pro level APS-C camera that in their mind is like let's say a Z8 in an APS-C body and think they're going to get it for $2,000. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. If you want all the autofocus and all the subject detection and all the stuff that you have in the top two high-end cameras in Nikon's market, and you want that in an APS-C body, you're not going to get it for $2,000 because you're going to put a stacked sensor. You're going to get an APS-C sensor that's probably stacked. You're going to need the speed, for the frame rate, for the video. If you really want it to be like a Z8 but APS-C, it ain't going to be $2,000. And everybody that's saying that they want the features to be, this big, but they want to pay this much. So what does Nikon do? Do they ignore it because they know they can't sell it for that price point, and they're afraid that if they give them everything they want and they charge them what they feel is a fair price, that the consumers might say, that's not a fair price, you're asking too much, I don't want to buy it. So it's like that's probably going to be the hardest thing they have to decide is they really have to do a lot of talking to the customer and prod them and try to find out, what do you really, 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 really want, and what are you really, really willing to pay? Because if the two numbers don't make sense, they're just not going to do it. They're just not going to do it. Well,
let's see, what was it? The D500, but you would have to match something like either the R7 or the, was it on the Fuji, the H2S? They're both, crop sensor. One can do 8K. I think they're both stacked sensor. I'm not sure.
Well, one of them 30. One of them's in the low 30 megapixel count, I think, and one of them is like 45 or something, which is way too much for an APS-C camera to be 45 megapixels. That's like nuts. I mean, I think if they had something that was 33 to 36 stacked, you'd be able to do your 8K if you wanted to. Like I said, you could. It's like okay, you can't say I want a Porsche, but I want it to cost the same as a Volkswagen Bug.
Right.
Because somewhere along the line, the manufacturer is going to say, well, what you want and what you're willing to do doesn't jive with what it costs to make a camera like that. And we just can't do it. So I'm very interested to see what they do. And I hope they do come out with an APS-C Pro body. But I don't think it's going to, the question is, will it happen? Yeah, my gut says if it's going to happen, it'll probably be after a Z6 III and a Z7 III. And not before. But I hope it happens because there's people that want it. But it's all about the price point. It's all about the price point.
That's right.
But anyway, we got to call it a night, guys. We're at 2:04, and I lost 4 minutes of sleep, so that's not acceptable. I thank everybody that is in the chat tonight, everybody that contributed to the photo review and sent in images, everybody that was kind enough to join me on the panel here and support the effort. It is a team effort. Very much appreciated. Thank those that were on the show earlier and couldn't keep up with us old guys and stay up till 2 a.m. So Joey, I'm talking about you. You're a youngster and you left early. Shame on you. But until next time, guys, which will be November 18th, will be the next time we have a live stream. So please come back on the 18th. I hope we don't have like 5 people show up and say we moved on and went to somebody else, Jeff, because you left us for 2 weeks. So hopefully you come back. But I thank everybody. I thank the people on the panel. And as I say, enjoy life, capture some of it, get out there and get some images. No matter what you use, whatever genre you shoot, just go have fun. That's you got to have fun in your life. Go out and have some fun. And as I say, if somebody else likes what you shot, then that's bonus dollars, baby. Even though you're not seeing the dollars, that's a bonus. So God bless. Take care, everybody. Thanks everybody on the panel. Let you guys say your good nights to everybody and take care.
See you November 18th.
Good night, everyone. Thank you for watching.
They say be there or be square, right? All right, we're hanging it up, guys. Take care. And thank you, Jim. Like and subscribe. Yeah,